interest is not as marketable or as desirable as a majority interest. So under the fair market value standard, and I'm assuming that if I'm asking for your capability of organizing that, so but I'm assuming that any valuations will be done under the fair market value standard. Fair market value standard dictates that you discount the value of that interest twice. Once for lack of control, meaning it's an interest which you would not have any control. Two would be for lack of marketability, meaning that an interest that is not controlling is not as marketable, not as desirable as a controlling interest. So those three big adjustments. The first for personal goodwill, which in your case I think would be significant. The second for lack of control discount, and the third discount for lack of marketability. So very easily, if you don't know a whole lot about valuations, and I've seen this done where people jump online and take a valuation, one of those quick value company free items that you get on Bootcamp, and you didn't say it outright, but I get the sense that potentially this could get to the point where you are sitting at court debating the value of the interest that is being offered. If it gets to that point, then you simply would need to have the valuation behind you somewhere. A, knows what they're doing, and B, has defended valuations in court multiple times, including as recently as 2 weeks ago. So a whole lot happens there, but from just sort of a 10,000-foot view, that's the way that I see it playing out. So a long way of saying yes, I think you will need valuation. Sure. Okay. Sure. Of course. That's sure. Well, a couple of different considerations. First of all, there is an expense that is borne by the company. From a valuation standpoint, that doesn't make a big difference because one of the primary items that you take care of when you do valuations is that you normalize the financials. Part of normalizing the financials means if there is a one-time expense that is being incurred, you generally don't consider that. Because you can't imagine that every year you have a big valuation bill. So from a valuation standpoint, that would look too insignificant. But the larger point is the cost of evaluation is not going to sway the value of the business that much more than if you're talking about a business that does, what is it, $400,000 in revenues this year, right? Okay. Sure. Sure. Okay. Huh? Let me ask you this. How many owners are there?
You getting audio on A? Test A, test A. Good. All right. Audio B, test B, audio B. No B?
Right.
Test B. Hold on. My mic hidden, my mic.
Yeah.
Test B. Anything on B? Nothing on B? Check B. Check B. Check A.
asking for how much?
Yeah.
Did you say $125,000? Okay. So, okay. So let's. Okay. I'm always careful not to discuss specific numbers before I see a specific. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Prairie View Cricket Complex in a very hot and humid Prairie View, Texas, for the start of the coverage from today for the Daffin News Houston Open 2023. Today's matchup between the SAMP Army and the Space City Raiders. Space City Raiders have won the toss and have decided to have a bowl. This is Brian Walters. I'm very happy to be joined, at least for the time being, by the great Nikhil Bhatt. Good morning, Nikhil.
Well, thank you, Brian, for the warm welcome. Not sure about the term great, but I would apply that to you as the expert today in the commentary box. Yeah, I mean, amazing setup over here. The Houston Open starting yet again at the Prairie View Cricket Fields. Beautiful ground, excellent weather. It's hot and humid as expected in Houston. I'll get your thoughts, Brian. You were at the pitch with the two captains. Space City won the toss. They have elected to bat. And how do you look at it with respect to the pitch and the conditions?
Well, just correction, they decided to bowl.
Oh,
and I would have done the exact same thing. Looking at the
pardon.
pitch, I think it's just a little soft to the touch. It certainly will be better for batting later in the day. And so if I were captain, I would have done exactly the same thing, choosing to bowl first. Shudra Nakbi, who himself is a fine pace bowler, and not surprising at all that he chose to go that route. Now, the flip side of that equation is that you're up against two very wily veterans and two very hard hitters of the cricket ball in Kennard Lewis from Jamaica and Andreas Gauss, who is from South Africa. Both experienced, both capable, both very hard hitting. So it'll be interesting to see how they manage this new ball. And the new ball is going to be bowled from memory, or from my vision here, that appears to be Nasir Jamali, the former USA opening left-arm fast bowler. So it's going to be a good matchup out here to start.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. The first ball of this game coming up over here. SAMP Army, they are batting first, and we'll see how this game goes as we see the field over here. Going to start. Interestingly, the keeper is just waiting to go back to his place. I'm not sure if he's standing up.
I cannot imagine him standing up to an opening fast bowler with uneven bounce. I can't see that happening. Yeah. And now you see him obviously taking his steps back. So that's not surprising.
So the two fielders outside the circle, they have a third man out, and there is a fielder at deep square leg. So it's pretty much conventional left arm pacers field. Exciting tournament, Brian. This is and the first game starting here for us as we do this commentary. Your thoughts on the Houston Open overall? I mean, it's a tournament that's been here for quite some time.
That's a tournament that has tremendous significance in terms of the calendar of the USA cricket scene. There are people here from all over, not just from all over the country, but all over the world taking part. And I think this is going to be a really exciting match to start. Andreas Gauss in particular is one of the players who is not only playing in the minor leagues, but also is playing in the major leagues. Major league starting on July 13th. So player of unparalleled accomplishments. And it will be interesting to see how he maneuvers. I think, as I said, as hot and as baked as it will be later on, there will be a period of time where batting is a little bit tricky. But after that initial time period, I would estimate about an hour to an hour and a half. It'll be interesting to see how quickly the pitch calms down, because it certainly will be better for batting later in the day.
All right, so first ball of the match coming up. Left arm over. In comes Nasir Jamal. That's well bowled. Cut away beautifully towards third man, and the first run's on the board. Good start over here for SAMP Army Brand.
It's a good line. Kennard Lewis, obviously a power hitter, so you don't want to necessarily give him the ball where he can do damage, which is close to his body. Very, very strong on the leg side and very strong down the ground. So as a left-arm fast bowler, you're going to be wanting that ball to be just outside off, and you're going to be wanting it out of his hitting zone.
All right, so it's going to be Andres Gross who's going to face his first ball over here, and he's just waiting. The field is the same for him as expected. Right-handed batter and left arm over. Nasir Jamali continuing. Second ball of the over coming up. This is beautifully bowled, beating the batter, and that ball bounced, and good pace and good use of the pitch over here. Brian, what are your thoughts on that ball? Amazing.
Wow.
One.
Okay, I've told you this 100 times. The 30-year-old version of me, which was a quarter of a century ago, would have loved that delivery. Left arm over, pitching on the length and absolutely taking off, going across Andreas Haus. And you like to see as a left arm fast bowler that angle from over the wicket, slanting across the right-handed batter. Continue doing that, he will cause trouble here today.
Next ball, Nasir coming in. This time it's beautifully played. That's gone towards the long on boundary, and it's picked off the back foot. One bounce into the long on boundary. First four of the day. What a shot and what a response there from Andreas Grouse, Brian. Superb shot.
Tremendous shot. So Nasir Jamali going away from what he does best there. I think pitching the ball up fuller than that, about where that second ball of the over went, is where he needs to stay at that length. The length from where that ball was essentially was a half tracker. Got to Andreas House somewhere around waist height, and he is an excellent batter. He's not going to miss out on those, particularly being inside the power play with only two men in the deep at square leg and third man. You're not going to get much value from that type of delivery. I think you're going to be better off pitching that ball up.
Yeah, and Brian told 100 times about the left arm over thing. Brian himself a left arm fast bowler. Before Nasir comes in for the next ball, I'll just add, Brian used to come in with a bandana, so that was all the more menacing looking at him in those young days. That he's still young, but yeah.
Yeah,
next ball coming up. That's well bowled and let it go. Good lead that by Andreas Grouse over here. So good comeback this by Nasir.
Absolutely, much better delivery. Again, that length is going to be crucial because Andreas House will pounce all over anything that is too short. Nasir Jamali, a really good fast bowler, but pace is not his strength. His strength is going to be movement in the air and off the pitch, and for that to be effective, you're going to need to be around just short of a good length, maybe a touch fuller than that. And so he's going to need to keep that same length.
Next ball coming up, left arm over. That's well bowled again outside the off stump. Good leave by Andreas. And yeah, it's been a good adjustment there by Nasir Jamali after that back foot punch over mid-on. He's getting good bounce, good pace, and he's keeping it outside the off stump. Good to see that variation in the length as well, Brian. A tad fuller this one.
Absolutely. So anything somewhere around just short of driving length to maybe a yard shorter than that should be his stock ball. I don't mind him going for Yorker every once in a while. Nothing too short.
In comes Nasir this time again outside the off stump. Good leave. So 3 good balls to finish the first over. After 1 over, SAMP Army 5 for no loss, and we'll be back in a few seconds.
I could start for it, from here. You go. I'll start for it. No, what I'll do is that this would be my beginning point. Normally I begin a little closer, but because of this, I'll begin here. Okay.
So 5 without loss after the first over.
All right, okay,
Captain Shuja Nakvi with the new ball in hand, sharing the new ball with Nasir Jamali. Shuja Nakvi, right arm pace bowler, will be bowling to Kenar Lewis. Shuja Nakvi bowling from the highway end, the southern end of the ground here in Prairie View. No wind to speak of, but Shuja Nakvi generally is going to be a quicker bowler than Nasir Jamali. Here he is bowling to Kenar Lewis, looking for the Yorker, very, very full, and in fact too wide outside the off stump. And for the first time today, you see the umpires in action. That is umpire Rakesh Jain, who is at currently the standing umpire, operating from the highway end. The umpire standing at the forest end, the far end of the ground, the northern end of the ground, is the great Jamaican Houstonian Owen Brown. Next delivery short and played off the back foot. That's going to run away for 4. Very little flourish in that shot from Kenar Lewis, and in fact a no ball was called, so trouble here for the captain. He delivers a ball that's too far outside off stump and gets cut away for 4, and then compounds that error by overstepping the front foot, and so all of a sudden you're going to have a bit of a problem here. No official delivery is bowled yet in this over. 6 runs already, with the wide and then the no ball, and then this next delivery is going to be a free hit. And you do not want to give these two batters any opportunity to free their arms. Short and pulled wide of square leg. A lot of work for that fielder down there. Pulls it back. So good work on him to be able to cut that off from going to the boundary, but still 2 more runs conceded. So a bit of an expensive start to the over by the captain himself. So that is all of a sudden 13 runs on the board and only 1 legal delivery having been bowled. So Shuja Nakvi again, the captain, operating from the southern end of the ground, the highway end, Highway 290. Is the main highway connecting the major cities of Houston and Austin here in Central Texas. That's a better delivery. Short and just defended to gully. And they run through for a quick single. That's a good call by Andreas House at the non-striker's end. Immediately calling and Kennard Lewis obliging and running through for that single. So that's good work. But all of a sudden, a very quiet first over, only conceding 5 runs, but already 9 runs coming from this, the second over, and only 2 legal deliveries bowled. Shuja Nakvi has a little bit of work to do here to pull things back from a relatively expensive start to the over and to his spell. Now bowling to Andreas House, and again, no room for error to Andreas. Very strong on the pull. So oh, big flash, and he bowled him right through him. I just started saying that he was going to need to bowl that ball fuller because Andreas House is really strong on the back foot looking to pull that ball. This is a full delivery. Andreas House going for the big drive, the booming drive, looking down the ground, and that ball evading the attempted drive and crashing into the top of middle. So a beautiful delivery. Looking here at the replay, see Shuja Nakvi really happy with that delivery. As you see Andreas House losing that ball actually hitting the top of middle stump, the very top, in fact just kissing the top of middle stump, and that bail flying right off. So that is the first delivery or the first wicket of the day. An expensive start to the over by the captain Shuja Nakvi, but he gets his revenge, sending back the explosive opening batter Andreas House. Andreas House only going now for 4 from 6, make that from 7, and he is done for the day. The first wicket of the day goes down. Andreas House will be very disappointed in that he definitely had the opportunity there to get something out of what is going to be, I think, a pretty relatively decent wicket to bat on, even though I said it's going to be difficult initially. But I certainly get the sense that later on it will be better for batting. But still, just from the way that the ball came onto the bat in these first several deliveries, it's not going to be as difficult as I was initially expecting. So Andreas House is going to be upset to have missed out here. New batter is going to be Smith Patel. Smith Patel facing up to now a fired up Shuja Nakvi. Anytime you see a fast bowler take a wicket, the next delivery is going to have some extra juice in it. And it's a really good opportunity for Shuja Nakvi to show the type of bowler that he is. And it's really good to see that he's already knocked back the stumps of a relatively good opening batter. And now taking his chances against the experienced Smith Patel. Next delivery. What a great ball. Oh my goodness. That's going to go for 4. I think, no, in fact, it goes for 4 byes. Signal there from umpire Rakesh Jain. Beating Smith Patel, all ends up cutting back tremendously off the seam and evading the keeper, who dove away to his left but was not able to get to it. But a great, great delivery by Shuja Nakvi. Boy, looking at this replay, that ball pitching and dancing in off the seam, cutting Smith Patel in half. What an absolutely brutal delivery. And Smith Patel was not good enough to get anything on that. Goes for 4 byes, so you're not going to want the extra runs that came with that delivery, but it's certainly a moral victory for Shuja Nakvi. 1 ball remaining here in the second over. A very eventful over. Already 13 runs coming from it, but the one big wicket And Shuja Nakvi looking now to close out strongly with this last ball of the over. Oh, in the air and landing short at that fielder. A short, fine leg. A tremendous close out to the over. Expensive few balls to start, but the captain puts his hand up and absolutely takes control in those last 4 deliveries, one of which produced the wicket of Andreas House. At the end of 2, the score is 19 for 1. $19 for 1 after 2. Shuja Nakvi with a relatively expensive over 14. But if he took a wicket every time he conceded 14 runs, I think he'd be satisfied with that. He's now Nasir Jamali back into the attack for his second over. This ball is an inside edge that goes past the leg stump of Smith Patel and goes through for a single. A relatively tentative shot there by Smith Patel. Hasn't quite gotten into the flow of things yet. Has only been at the wicket now for 3 deliveries. Make that 4 deliveries. And that left arm angle swinging in and taking the inside edge, swinging in from over the wicket. So that's a good delivery from the left-handed Nasir Jamali. Bowling now to Kenar Lewis. Lewis 8 from 4. Needs to cut this one away. Not. In fact, Kenar Lewis looking quizzically at umpire Owen Brown, wanting to know whether or not that was a wide ball. Owen Brown, one of the better umpires that you'll find anywhere, says no, that was not a wide ball. That is certainly within the restrictions or within the limits of where I want to see you bowl that delivery. So just turns up being another dot ball. Now back to Nasir Jamali. Just running this one down to deep third for another single. So a more sedate start to the over. 21 runs on the board halfway through the 3rd over. So SAMP Army after having been put into bat, are scoring at the rate of 8.4 runs and over. 8.4 runs and over at this stage would project to a score of 168. I think that you're going to be wanting more than that. Shuja Nakvi, the captain at the toss, said he wanted to restrict them to about 150. Very full and looking for a big drive there. Smith Patel missing out on that attempted drive.
Yeah.
So as I was saying, Shuja Nakvi mentioned that he wanted to restrict the scoring to around 150. SAMP Army bats very deep. You have Obas Pinar, Calvin Savage, Najaf Shah is primarily bowlers, Chandrapal Hemorrhage, Corey Anderson, the former New Zealand international. Short ball and spanked into the deep, but there's protection out there deep mid-wicket. And that's just a single. But the point I was making is that not to mention Dane Pete, there's a very strong, long batting lineup. And so you will not have wanted to have lost the wicket initially of Andreas House. But there's certainly the case that there is a lot of batting to come. So, of course, SAMP Army is going to be wanting to cash in these power play overs. I'll talk more about the power play in a second. Short, in fact, looking to drive that one through the offside, just getting a thick under edge. And that ball just ending up landing short of nobody in particular. Just goes for a dot ball. So just 3 runs coming from that over. Great over here by Nasir Jamali. His second over only going for 3. His 2 overs so far have cost 8 runs. Shuja Nakvi, the opening bowler at the other end, is about to start. And after 3, the score is 22 for 1.
Wicket better or? Hold on, that's not. I take that shit off. Yeah, but where it was, huh? That's not.
22 for 1. Shuja Naqvi in now to Smith Patel. Short and hammered, but there's a fielder right placed in the exact spot for that type of shot. This is good by Shuja Naqvi, bowling to his field and having that field set up in exactly the right way. A fielder deep backward square leg was exactly positioned for that shot. Had that been hit with a little bit more power, it may well have carried to him, but it's just a very long single. Shuja Naqvi does have the pace to be able to trouble a batter on this type of surface. So that's something to keep an eye on as he has that ability. Another short ball, and this is going to be whipped around behind square. It goes down to deep fine leg for a single. I'm sorry, for 4. Thick under edge. I think Kennard Lewis was looking to play that one a lot squarer, probably in the same direction as that fielder at deep backward square. But it comes off the thick under edge. Here you see on the replay, just pivoting, that front foot going up in the air, Gordon Greenwich style. And right of any innings. Oh, good delivery again. This one jagging into Kennard Lewis and wrapping him, I believe, on the thigh pad. And we welcome back after an extended break the great Nikhil Bhatt. Nikhil, welcome back.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for welcoming me back again. Not sure about the term great, but we'll let that go.
You keep saying that. It's gonna stick one of these days.
We'll let that go. Yeah, I mean, SAMP Army 3.3 overs, 27 for 1. Got some boundaries in here, and we'll have to see what happens as Shuja Naqvi. He's got 1 wicket, so he has his tail up. He's got good pace, and he can hit the deck at times. And we have Kennard Lewis, who started off really well, a couple of boundaries. A commentator here from the Caribbean enjoying an opening batter attacking over there, who's from the Caribbean as well.
He's from Jamaica. We're both from Jamaica.
From Jamaica. And this time, what a shot. He's picked it up. This is gone towards the long off boundary over the head of the bowler. 6 all the way. That was full, and he showed his skill set over there. A glorious shot, an attacking shot right over the head of the fielder in the 30-yard circle, and that was exciting. Brian, your thoughts on this shot?
Boy, looking at this replay, I mentioned much earlier that Kennard Lewis is very strong down the ground. That was slanting in from over the wicket, but right in the slot. So if you're going to trouble Kennard Lewis, you're going to have to be shorter than that. I don't necessarily know that you have to bowl bounces at him, but you want something jagging into his body from sort of a short of a length type length. You don't want anything that full.
Next ball here. This time it's nicely played towards mid-off for a single. Yeah, Brian, almost Kennard Lewis letting me know it's actually Jamaica, and that's what you say. And it was out of that, the power hitting ability shown, and Brian definitely happy with that. 2 Jamaicans here. Great to have you here, and he on the ground.
Well, Kennard Lewis representing the Talawas in the CPL, Caribbean Premier League, and has represented Jamaica a number of times. Just a tremendous cricketer.
Next ball, Shuja coming right arm over. This time back of line, and this time, well, on the bounce towards mid-on, and the directed and appeal for a run out. But looks like the batter was inside the crease. But brilliant fielding that. Amazing to see this, Brian, the skill set in the field. A throw and directed.
Brilliant, absolutely. I'll tell you what, Smith Patel is going to want to slide that bat in because he actually just plunked that bat down inside the crease. And looking at this replay, if we had a third umpire in operation, he may well have been in trouble there. We'll say more after this. That is the end of 5. The score is end of 4. Rather, the score is 35 for 1.
And we'll be back. Alright, so 4 overs, 35 for 1, and it will be Hamza Bangash who's going to come in now to bowl his first ball. He's coming right arm over, and it is Smith Patel on strike. This time it's flicked away nicely towards mid-wicket, and it will be a single here, so it will be Kennard Lewis back on strike. A close call in the last over of on the last ball. a direct hit, and the batter just inside the crease apparently. But it's 36 for 1, 4.1. A good start over here despite the loss of Andres House over here, Brian.
It's a good start. First of all, that was a brilliant pickup at mid-on. Pickup and a throw. Finding Smith Patel probably just short, but, you know, umpire calls it the way he sees it.
Hamza to Kenna Lewis. This time appeal for leg before, and not out says the umpire. Probably going down as per the umpire, but that looked close, Brian.
That was actually very close. Obviously, from our position, we're sort of at a fine leg angle, so we're not directly in line. But looking at it live, it certainly wasn't bouncing over. So that might have just been sliding down on the angle, I'm thinking. Hamza Bangash, a brilliant all-rounder, does his damage with the bat and with the ball.
He's coming in, third ball of this over. Kenna Lewis on strike. This time short and nicely defended. Good ball that by Hamza, varying his length and a bit of pace. Good to see this.
Absolutely. So if you're thinking in terms of how to keep Kenna Lewis quiet, keep him from driving the ball down the ground, particularly inside the power play. Long on and long off are not there. The two fielders allowed outside are deep mid-wicket, make that deep square leg and deep third. So you're going to have to keep that length short. And if you have the pace to be getting that ball up around his shoulders, so be it. But if you don't have that pace, the idea is to not let him drive you down the ground.
Hamza coming right arm over. It's Kenna Lewis on strike. This time again back of length flicked away towards short fine. Good stop by the fielder and a quick single. And the fielding has been good. There are some good throws close to the stumps, directed in the previous over. Talking about Hamza Bangash, I mean, he had a fantastic season for Lone Star Athletics in the first edition of the minor league. And he had some injuries last year, so was not playing all the games. But good to see him back over here, bowling full throttle and hopefully coming back injury-free.
Tremendous. Obviously, in that first season, at the time they were the Austin Athletics, so they were near and dear to my heart.
All right, well bowled. That's beautifully played. That's a cover drive. It's going towards the extra cover boundary. A glorious shot and a good stop that by the fielder, but they get 3 over here and a good throw back. So good cricket overall. That was a good Yorker and nicely played in the vacant area towards covers by Smith Patel, and good stop and 3 runs nevertheless. So good cricket. This is good to see, Brian.
Love to see that. Driving through the offside is always one of the better sights in cricket. And then good commitment by that fielder, sprinting probably 50 or so yards to pull that ball back. In the end, it only saves 1 run, but the moral victory that you get from preventing the opposition batter from scoring a boundary is one thing that you cannot overlook.
Yeah, Hamza just getting the fielder deep on the leg side, a little squarer as he comes in to bowl the final ball of the 5th over. Kenna Lewis on strike. This is short, flicked away towards mid-wicket, a quick single, smartly done. So 5 overs gone here. It's 41 for 1 SAMP Army, and we'll be back in a few seconds. All right, so 5 overs, 41 for 1. We're talking about things close to your heart, Brian. Jamaica, Austin, everything going well so far. Austin Athletics, as you were talking, edition 1.
Austin Athletics were one of the darlings of the minor leagues that first season. I think it's fair to say that they're a team that punched well above their weight.
Yeah, they were the first team officially to make it to the playoffs amongst the 27 teams that played that edition. So a stellar season there. And of course, how can you forget the playoff games? We'll come to that as we have first ball of the 6th over here. A good start over here for Matthew, who's coming left arm around, the left arm spinner. The quicker one over here, Brian, to start.
Matthew Jones, typical West Indian, is not going to be a left arm spinner, but he's a particularly good bowler from that angle, bowling around the wicket into the right-handers.
All right, this is played on the offside. A dot ball, 2 dot balls. We are in the power play, and the 2 fielders out for the left arm spinner, deep mid wicket and long on. 4 more balls to go. We have Kenal Lewis, who's batting on 22 of 17. I beg your pardon. 41 for 1. We are in the 6th over as Matthew Jones comes left arm around. This is short, and this time he's played it over the head of long on. It's a 6 off the back foot. That just shows the skill set, the power hitting ability. What a shot this one, Brian. His second 6 here.
It's a tremendous strike by Kenal Lewis, but I'll tell you what, had that fielder on the boundary been just a little taller, had it been somebody, I don't know, the height of maybe a Shuja Nakvi, or just a little taller than that, he may well have been in with a chance to catch that. But it did sail over the top. You're always taking a chance when you bring a spinner in at this stage of the innings, with still inside the power play. But it's a calculated risk. I like the move to sort of throw the carrot out there. It almost yielded a wicket. Again, had that been a taller fielder out on the boundary, he may well have caught that.
All right, next ball coming up here. Matthew to Kenal Lewis. This time it's full, well ball, beautifully bowled, trying to play across the line. Lucky for him that was not on the stumps. Could have been close, Brian.
A little bit of extra bounce. I think it would have bounced over the stumps, but more to the point, there's a fielder at deep square leg. Had he gotten any bats on that, that would have landed in square leg's lap. So Kenal Lewis is going to have to be careful here. He's going a little aggressively after the spinner.
All right, next ball here. This time Kenal Lewis plays exactly in the area that we are talking about, towards deep mid wicket for a single. Had he timed that a little better, again, that could have been curtains for him here. So that's the expert calling here, Brian. He just spoke about it. On the leg side, there's a fielder in the deep, and had he timed this one, that would have been the end for Kenal Lewis. Final ball of the power play coming up, 48 for 1. Matthew Jones to Smith Patel. This is short and played towards short fine. So a dot ball to finish the power play after 6. SAMP Army 48 for 1. We'll be back in a few seconds.
Back here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, 48 for 1 after the power play. Obviously, you can do that math. In 6 overs, they've scored 48 runs, so they make that, 6 overs, 48 runs. So they're scoring at the rate of 8 runs and over. That rate will get them exactly to 160. Hamza Bangash, 1 over bowled so far, conceded 6 runs. And now outside of the power play, you can be a little bit more defensive in the field. So you have a deep square leg, you have long on and long off. And in fact, fine leg, Arya Kanata is running back down here in front of us. Kenal Lewis is going to be the man on strike. I suspect that they're going to be bowling short at him. There's a fielder at deep fine. I mentioned Arya Kanata is in that spot. And there's certainly Ryan Patan at square leg. Slower delivery going down the leg side. This may be 5 wides. Arya Kanata has some work to do. He will not get there. And in fact, no signal from the umpire, Owen Brown. In fact, he only signals 4. So it obviously came off the inside edge of the bat. Looking at it live, here you see on the replay, going down the leg side. Actually, he glanced that. That was just very, very faintly off the face of the bat, but enough on it to run away for 4. So that's good umpiring by Owen Brown. That line for Hamza Bangash is going to have to be outside the line of off stump. Oh, no. Good delivery on off stump. Just run down to short third for a single. So Kenal Lewis up now to 33 from 21 with 3 4s in those 2 6s. And by the way, the start of this over saw 50 come up. Now 53 for 1, scoring at the rate of 8.37, and that scoring rate right now puts us in the range of a projected score of 167. I'm thinking a challenging score will probably be around 170. So we'll see how close they get to that. Hamza Bangash again bowling to Smith Patel and dropping this in front of short mid-wicket. That is Matthew Jones, not able to prevent that single. So welcome to those of you who have joined us on the YouTube stream. I will say that if you ever felt the need to drop in and you leave a comment or two, we'd be happy to read your comments on the air. You know, obviously keep them clean. We don't want to have anything going over the air that shouldn't be. Off the back foot, over the top of long off. That is a tremendous strike by Kennard Lewis. Playing a shot in that direction off the back foot is not an easy shot to play, but he powered that away. Just for a second, it appeared as though long off had the chance to catch it. Here you see on the replay, going back and powering it down the ground. Just for that split second, you thought long off might have had a chance, but it sails over his head and goes for the third six hit by Kennard Lewis. Kennard Lewis now up to 40 from only 23 balls faced with 3 4s and those 3 6s. Tremendous batting by the Jamaican power-hitting wicketkeeper batter. Score now up to 59 with 1 ball. Make that 2 balls remaining here in the 7th over. Good delivery this time. Yorker length, and it's played down to long on for a single. It's a good comeback delivery by Hamza Bangash. You're going to have to stay out of Kennard Lewis's hitting zone. So you either are going to want it short or you're going to want it so full that he can't get under it. That last delivery was the latter. Very, very full, not able to get under it and power it down the ground. He's very strong down the ground. So anything shorter than a Yorker length will be powered away down that ground. Full toss now. If you're going to miss your Yorker, you're better off missing it too full than too short, and that was a low full toss. Knocked down the ground to long off for a single to close things out here in the 7th. 13 runs coming from that over. Very expensive over by Hamza Bangash. And after 7, the score is 61 for 1. Matthew Jones about to continue his 2nd over. First over was bowled inside the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. You can take a little bit more risk now with 5 outside of 5 allowed outside. And in fact, those 5 are at deep cover. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket. And in fact, there's only 4 outside. You can have up to 5. He's chosen to have 4. And in fact, all of a sudden, they have made the decision to put all 5 out. So there's a deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and the sweeper on the offside. So plenty of protection in the deep. Matthew Jones is now tasked with the idea of keeping Kennard Lewis quiet. Beautiful day for cricket here in Southeast Texas. Next delivery. This is played off the back foot. That's running down the hill. That's going to go away for 4. Boy, you normally associate Kennard Lewis with big strikes down the ground, but he played a good old-fashioned late cut, and it ran away down the hill. You cannot have everybody outside. Some people have to stay inside. In fact, inside the power play or outside the power play, you can have a maximum of 5 people outside the circle. Those 5 are in a position that would imagine or that would dictate that the player would be playing down the field. But Kennard Lewis was able to run that one behind square for a for 4, and now he tries the same shot, but short third in position this time to just prevent the damage to 1 run. But already 6 runs coming from this over. 3 balls bowled. Kennard Lewis is off and running. Smith Patel now pulling this to deep mid-wicket. Should just be 1. Good work out there in the deep and a good strong throw to the keeper's end. Kennard Lewis now up to 46 from 26 balls faced with 4 4s and 3 6s. Smith Patel much more docile by comparison. 12 from 14 scoring at the rate of 86. Make that 13 from 15, scoring at the rate of 86.67. There he goes. Kennard Lewis again. And that brutal strike over square leg gets him to 50. What an absolutely brilliant start here by Kennard Lewis. Again, the power-hitting right-handed wicketkeeper batter from Jamaica. Going big over deep square leg, down on one knee, and absolutely blasting that one into the next field. And Kennard Lewis, I'll tell you what, if he stays there much longer, he's going to help his team to go way past that 170 score I mentioned. Next delivery from Matthew Jones, playing off the back foot. A better line this time. That delivery that went for 6 was a little too straight. I think to keep Kennard Lewis quiet, you have to keep him outside off stump. Anyway, that is the end of the over. Brilliant start to this innings by Kennard Lewis. And the SAMP Army, after having been asked to bat, are 75 for 1. 75 for 1 after 8. SAMP Army having been asked to bat by Shuja Nakfi and the Space City Raiders. Lost Andreas House, the hard-hitting South African opening batter, relatively early. Shuja Nakfi going through his defenses and knocking back the middle stump of that opening batter. But Smith Patel, 13 from 15, has helped to steady the ship. Kennard Lewis shifting through the gears, is up to 52 from 28 with 4 fours and 4 big sixes. You expect that he will continue because he's well and truly set. And I said earlier on that it was going to be difficult to bat on this wicket to start. At least that was my impression. Well, that has proven to not be the case. The bounce appears to be relatively true. And I think conditions are better for batting now than they were at the very beginning of this game. But overall, it might be a batsman's game from here on out. 75 for 1 after 8. So they're scoring at the rate of 9.38 and over. And this is going to be... I believe that is Laksh Parikh with the ball in hand. Yep, Laksh Parikh, left arm over the wicket. Coming into ball, and that's a good ball. Starting out, Laksh Parikh from that left arm over angle. You saw Nasir Jamali with good success with that attack, that line of attack. And I think that's a good option. Very many right-handed bowlers in this lineup, but if you have a left armer who can sort of slant the ball across these two right-handers, I think that's a much, much needed change of angles. And it will be interesting to see how well he bowls here, Laksh Parikh, to Kennard Lewis. Slower delivery, lofted down the air. Oh, lost for just a second. That fielder long off did not see it initially. Laksh Parikh looking for a slower delivery, but left it too full, and it was essentially ended up as a full toss. And you do not need to bowl full tosses to Kennard Lewis. Kennard Lewis just playing right through the line and depositing that one over the top of long off. That is his 7th, make that his fifth six, if you will, and he races along to 58 from just 29 balls. Laksh Parikh, I think, just going to want to do what makes him a good, effective bowler. Keep that ball on that short of length, and keep it outside off stump. Just land a few of those and make Kennard Lewis have to do the work. There he goes. That is exactly what he is looking to do, and it works out this time. Laksh Parikh with the revenge after being hit right down the ground for 6 the previous delivery. Bowls a good ball right on the middle stump, short of length, and Kennard Lewis going big down the ground, or trying to go big down the ground again, and a good delivery, swinging in from outside the line of off, and you look at the celebration on that young man's face. Laksh Parikh doing exactly what you wanted to do and sending back the dangerous Kennard Lewis for 58. Good excellent delivery from Laxbaric, and it results in him taking a wicket. Boy, here we see at the replay again. Left arm angle over the wicket. Look at this ball swing in, starting outside and curling in. Real banana ball. And that length is the exact length that you want to bowl to Kennard Lewis, where he cannot drive you. So he tried going across the line, Kennard Lewis, and ended up missing out on the in-swinger from over the wicket. And it knocks back the off stump. So Laxbaric will be very, very happy with that. Takes a huge wicket. Just that ball kissing the top of off stump. And the second wicket goes down. Absolutely brilliant bowling here by the young Houstonian University of Texas student. Laxbaric studying accounting at the University of Texas. And he made a good account for himself on that last ball. 82 for 2 the score. And the new batter coming in now is Chandrapal Hemraj. Chandrapal Hemraj from the country of Guyana in the West Indies. Guyana, the only country in the Caribbean representing the West Indies that is not actually an island. It's an island on the south, it's a country on the South American continent. Chandrapal Hemraj, aggressive left-handed batter. And he's now going to be asked to steady the ship. Smith Patel is now the senior batter. Laxbaric, oh, good delivery there. Had him reaching for it and playing out in front of his body, Chandrapal Hemraj. Now, I will say this, Laxbaric would prefer bowling to the right-handers, I think, because that creates that angle that I kept talking about. So a little bit of outswing to Chandrapal Hemraj, but it's the type of delivery that if he's well set, Chandrapal Hemraj can score off of those types of balls. So Lax is going to have to be careful, just making sure to keep that ball on the right length outside off stump. Next delivery. Going, too wide for the liking of umpire Owen Brown. So Lax committed the sin of bowling an extra for the first time in the day. Well, you absolutely want to see that happen, though. If you are the Space City Raiders, you wanted to break that partnership between Kennard Lewis and Smith Patel. Laxbaric doing exactly what his captain needed him to do. Very full, and he's driven through the offside. Diving attempt in the covers. Not able to get that. That is the captain himself, Shuja Naqvi. And just now one ball remaining here in the 9th over. Successful over so far by Laxbaric. 9 runs coming from this over so far, but the big wicket of Kennard Lewis, and that certainly will have the impact of slowing down the run rate. Overall run rate now down to 9.51. Still a very healthy run rate, but the idea is that these two batters are going to have to start over. Last ball of the over. Oh, going to flick this down the leg side. I think that might have come off the pad. They'll get a couple runs. Wait to see what the signal is here from umpire Owen Brown. And there's a signal. It is a leg by. So 2 leg bys to close things out here in the 9th. At the end of 9, the score is 84 for 2. 84 for 2. We have a change in bowling coming from the highway end. This is going to be Ewart Nicholson, yet another person from the Caribbean. Ewart, I believe, is from Trinidad and Tobago. We'll be bowling now to Chandrapal Hemraj. Hemraj only having been at the wicket now for 2 deliveries. Full toss, and it is hit over extra cover. 1 bounce for 4. That is not going to be the best ball that your Nicholson will have ever bowled. He's going to want to make sure that he, first of all, makes the ball pitch. Makes it a very easy hit if you just float it up there at 50 miles an hour as a full toss. And Chandra Paul Hemorrhage taking advantage of that gift that was presented to him by Ewart Nicholson. Next delivery, better. In fact, better length, but the line is too far down the leg side. They scramble through for a single, and with the wide, that is 2 additional runs. So, not the best of starts so far by Nicholson. Going to want to make sure that you find the right length and the right line. The length was better on that delivery, but the line was too far down the leg side. Obviously, in limited over cricket, anything down the leg side is generally adjudged to be wide. So 6 runs coming from 1 legal delivery so far in this over. And it's going to be up to Ewart Nicholson to pull things back. This is better. Very, very full. And just clipped down to deep mid-wicket. Smith Patel now 18 from... Make that 15 from 18 balls faced. Chandra Paul Hemorrhage 5 from 3. Overall scoring 92 for 2. So we are 4 deliveries away from the halfway stage in this innings. And this is played behind square, short fine leg in position to prevent that from being a run. So the last 2 deliveries have been much better than the first 2 bowled by Ewart Nicholson. Looking to stay out of the hitting zone of Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. Appeal for an LBW. Don't think there was much merit in that shout. Half-hearted appeal, really. And in fact, it came off the inside edge of the bat because there is no signal by umpire Rakesh Jain. So just 2 balls remaining here in the 10th. I suspect that we may have a quick water break. Very hot and humid conditions here in Southeast Texas. Dot ball, so 1 more ball left in the over. The conditions that I have here, feels like temperature is actually, air temperature is 92 and it feels like 98. So that last delivery of the over punched it down to backward square for a single. I suspect will result in fact, they're not going to take a break. So there is no break. Just going to keep going. 10 overs bowled. The score is 95 for 2. So we're halfway through the innings. 95 for 2 is the score. Kennard Lewis with the top score of the innings so far. Kennard Lewis 58, but he was knocked back by the young man who is now starting his 2nd over, Lax Parikh. Full, almost a Yorker length delivery actually. Almost got under the bat of Smith Patel. Dot ball to start things here in the 11th. So 95 for 2, they're currently scoring at the rate of 9.34. So earlier I mentioned 1 set jagging into the hip of Smith Patel and just riding the bounce and getting it to short fine leg. That's Ewart Nicholson who was able to prevent that from going very far, but they still run through for a single. So we're currently scoring at the rate of 9 runs and over, 9.34 and over. They from here score at the rate of 10 and over. 10 and over gets them to 193. 11 and over gets them over the 200 mark. It's another wide ball bowled by Lax Parikh. 11 and over gets them to 202. 12 and over, 2 runs off every ball, gets them to 213. I suspect that they'll be looking for something in the range of 10 runs and over. And again, they have a very strong batting lineup. Boba Spinar, Corey Anderson, Dane Pete, all still to come. Going going for the big drive. That is a good ball by Laxpark. Oh, it's good ball in terms of the length, but the line was just too far outside the line of off. And so another wide. But what you're trying to do if you're Laxpark is keep the ball out of the hitting zone of these batters. And that length that he just bowled is the type of length that you need to be bowling. Just having the batter come forward is one thing, but just keep it out of his hitting zone. And that's exactly what he did here, Laxpark. Just need to get that line just a touch straighter on that same length. Yorker length this time, and it's an inside edge, and it, in fact, an outside edge runs down to short third, and they run through for a single. It's Nasir Jamali doing the work behind point to prevent that ball from going much further, but that brings the score up now to 99. I've heard this old saying that you double the score after 12 for the side batting first to know where they end up. If that's the case, we're looking for a score above 200 here. Bang down the ground. That is such a big hit. Another six. That is an excellent strike by Smith Patel, sailing over the top of long on for his first six. That is a tremendous strike. That brings up the 100 too. And all of a sudden, things are looking dangerous here. Looking at the replay, that was a slot ball by Laxpark. I talked about the length that he was bowling. The last several balls have been on the right length. This one is too full. It is in the slot and just powered down the ground for six by Smith Patel. That's a tremendous strike. And all of a sudden, we have a bit of a delay as that ball goes toward the forest end, and we call it the forest end because there you might be able to see a deep forest in the background of your shot. Well, that's exactly where that ball just went, and it takes some retrieving to get that ball back. And in fact, sometimes here in Southeast Texas, we call those snake balls because those are the balls when you're searching for them, you may fortunately or unfortunately end up disturbing one of the several snakes that we have here in this part of the country. So Smith Patel now up to 23 from 23. A relatively slow start for him, but he looks to be shifting through the gears, and he was the more sedate of the two when he and Kenar Lewis were batting together. Chandrapal Hemraj now at the wicket, and you would think that, especially with only 56 balls remaining in the innings, Smith Patel will be looking to be a lot more aggressive. So 2 balls remaining in this, the 11th over. Laxpark with an adjustment to make here. This is in the air, landing short. Oh, just for a split second, Ryan Patan might have thought he was in with a chance to catch that. But luckily for Smith Patel, that ball didn't carry all the way to Patan down at the deep mid-wicket boundary. So just a single. All of a sudden, just 1 ball remaining now here in the 12th. Ryan Patan, it'll be interesting to see him bat later on. One of the more aggressive batters that you will see, one of the more accomplished batters, former Canadian national, and certainly these days plays a lot of franchise-based cricket in this country. And I believe just 1 ball remaining now in the 12th. Laxpark bowling to Chandrapal Hemraj. Good delivery defended back to Laxpark for no run. That is the end of 11. 11 runs coming from the 11th over. The score is 106 for 2. Starting the 12th over again, this is Ewart Nicholson bowling his 2nd over. his first ball into the deep on the onside rather. For a single. Smith Patel now up to 25. Hewitt Nicholson with his second over, now ball into Chandrapal Hemraj. Oh, looking to go big, but gets a thick inside edge. It's going to run close to the boundary and in fact gets there now. And deep backward square leg, not where Chandrapal Hemraj was looking to play that shot, looking to play that square. You see on the replay, just getting a thick inside edge and running past that fielder, short, fine leg. Did not have the wheels to catch up with that ball. And it runs away for the second boundary by Chandrapal Hemraj. This is down the ground this time. In fact, doesn't quite time it. He wanted to go down to long on. Nasser Jamali coming off of the boundary to just limit that damage to 1 run. But the scoring rate, pay attention to the scoring rate. It's now 9.74. And again, that projects from where we are now to a 195 score. But it can go much bigger than that with the batting still to come. Played off the back foot, good sliding stop at short third. That's good work. They run through for a quick single though. So some urgency both in the field and between the wickets for the two batters. And it's at the stage of the innings where you expect that the bowlers are going to want to do everything they can to keep the batters quiet. Only 2 wickets down, so plenty of batting to come. So the batters themselves are going to start being more energetic and more aggressive. And it's sort of at the stage in the innings where you can expect things to sort of get away from you as a bowling side if you're not careful. Oh, looking to play that down the ground. Ends up squirting off the outside edge and going to that sweeper out there on the offside for a single. Chandrapal Hemraj up to now 13 from 10. With 2 fours. Smith Patel at the other end. In fact, Smith Patel is now on strike. He's 26 from 26 with a 6. Off the back foot, forcing it down to Matthew Jones. So really this is good bowling. That is only 9 runs coming from the over, which is still expensive, but that did include a 4, which was really a thick under edge. So take that away and it's all singles. But at the same time, those 9 runs do count towards the total. So Space City Raiders have some work to do to pull things back. 12 overs bowled. The score is 115 for 2. .115 for 2. Lakshparik to continue. He's now into his 3rd over. This is stroked wide of mid-on. Good work by that fielder coming off the boundary from long on. That is good work. Absolutely brilliant piece of work to only limit the damage to 1 run. Lakshparik, his 2 overs so far. Cost 21 runs, but he did get the, in fact it's 2.1 overs, it cost 21 runs, but he did get the big wicket of Kenar Lewis. Oh, swiped away down the leg side. That's going to run away for 4. Once again, Chandrapal Hemraj looking to play that ball, I think, to mid-wicket. A thick inside edge. You see on the replay, the line from Lakshparik down the leg side though, so he's going to want to aim more outside the line of off stump. And even though that didn't exactly go where Chandrapal Hemraj was aiming for it, it still had enough legs to go for 4. And so just a slight adjustment that needs to be made by Lakshparik, needing to find that line outside of off. Make Chandrapal Hemraj beat you out there. There is protection in the deep on the offside. There's a sweeper out there in the covers. So I wouldn't mind something shortish
on off stumper outside. And this is powered down to long on for a single. So Lakshparik now with 3 balls remaining in this over. 9 remaining in his spell if Captain Shuja Nakbi chooses to have him bowl another over. At the same time, you still have Nasir Jamali, who opened the bowling, left arm fast bowler, who still has 2 up his sleeve. Oh, that is a good piece of bowling by Lakshparik. Saw Smith Patel coming and shortened the length, but still they're able to get 2 runs because it was just popped into the leg side, and still with the fielders in the deep, that's Ryan Patan coming off the boundary, couldn't get inside on time, and Lakshparik on his follow through certainly not able to get over in time to prevent that second run. So 8 runs from the over so far with 2 balls remaining. And again, I mentioned that this is the stage of the innings where things can start getting away from you if you're not careful. And 8 wickets still in hand, so SAMP Army is going to be looking to be aggressive here. No question that the conditions dictate that you can start being aggressive. Only another 44 balls left in this innings. And 44 balls with 8 wickets in hand, that sort of is the formula for having these batters be much more aggressive than they are already being. Smith Patel is the one on strike, 30 from 29 with 1-6. Lakshparik is going to have to be very, very careful with these last 2 deliveries. Lakshparik coming back from a significant knee injury, missed most of last minor league season. But just looking at him here, seems to be back at full strength, which is something absolutely brilliant to see. No fast bowler, really no athlete wants to have a knee injury, but certainly not as a fast bowler. Lofted down the ground. How far has this gone? Bangs off of the side screen for probably the biggest 6 that we've seen so far. You have to be careful to Smith Patel. Now, it has to be said that Smith Patel advanced down the wicket. And you see on the replay just skipping down the wicket just a touch to make that ball into a half volley. So you can't exactly blame Lakshparik for that one. It wasn't exactly a ball in the slot, but it was just that bit of a movement by Smith Patel, the experienced former India U19 player, who was able to take advantage. Now, last ball of this over, Yorker length powered down the ground, and it goes for 4 more. So an expensive end to the over. The last 2 balls go for 10, and the entire over goes for 18. So very, very expensive over here bowled by Lakshparik. 18 coming from the 13th over. 42 balls with 7 overs remaining. The score is 133 for 2. So worrying signs here for the Space City Raiders, as several runs have been scored in the last several overs. 58 runs coming from the last 5, which is just short of 12 runs and overs. So the scoring rate definitely picking up in the last 5 overs. Score of 133 for 2 after 13 means that they're currently scoring at the rate of 10.23. This scoring rate nets you 205 runs. So I'll tell you that things are going to be very difficult from here to pull back, and you're going to want to make sure, if you are the Space City Raiders, that you do whatever you can to pull things back. It'd be good to break the partnership with Wicket, but if you're not able to break the partnership, it becomes even that much more necessary to bowl good deliveries that you force the batters to score off of. Make them score off of your best balls. Anything that is too short or too full, both of these batters are capable of cashing in. This is smacked down the ground. The first delivery bowled here by the new bowler, Usman Ashraf. And he's not being given a chance to settle as Chandrapal Hemraj hits him straight down the ground, back over his head for a boundary. So absolute worrying signs, because from where we are now, that scoring rate is now up to 10.4. So keep an eye on that. 208 is what the projected score is from here. And if Captain Shuja Nakvi wanted to limit the damage to 150 runs, and that was his thought at the toss, I think they have plenty of work to do to make sure that that doesn't happen. That is struck right back past the bowler. Don't think it was a catch. Goes all the way down to mid-on, make that long on for a single. I think that might have been a bump ball. Don't know if Roddy can have a see replay of that last ball, but that might have just come off of the ground and then into the hand of the bowler. In any event, he was not able to field it cleanly, and it went for a single. Here's the next ball. And that's going to be wide of that fielder in the covers. This is Ryan Patan doing the work to be able to get that, keep it from going for 4. But another single. The runs are now starting to flow at a very, very simple, a very easy pace for the SAMP Army. They're a very strong batting lineup, as I keep saying. And all of a sudden, Usman Ashraf thrown in at the deep end. 6 runs from his first 3 balls of this over so far. Bang! That's going to be 6 more. That is a huge hit. And that one may be the biggest 6 that we've seen. Just planting that front foot, Hemraj, and going over the top of long off for yet another 6. So he now hits his first 6. Score for Hemraj now up to 29. And this partnership is looking to be very, very dangerous. 145 is now on the board. And I'll tell you what, if they don't make a change very quickly here, the Space City Raiders, they could be looking at a score in excess of 230, because this pair going great guns with plenty batting to come. Short delivery, looking to cut this away. Thick under edge that will get close to the boundary. And this is Nasir Jamali, who is able to prevent it from going all the way to the boundary. But still 2 more runs to the total. Just 1 ball remaining here in the 14th over. Usman Ashraf conceded already 14 runs from this, his first over. Hammered straight for 4 more. Absolutely brutal batting here by this pair, who is putting the Space City Raiders to the sword. 18 runs coming from that over. 65 coming from the last 5. Going at the rate of 13s in the last 5. And with the only 36 balls, 6 more overs to go, the score is 151 for 2. $151 for 2. All kinds of trouble here for the Space City Raiders, so they have gone back to their opening bowler, Nasir Jamali. Left arm over the wicket, looking to see if he can stem the flow of runs that have absolutely blossomed in the last several overs. The last 2 overs have each gone for 18, so they're scoring at the rate of 3 runs a ball for the last 12 balls, which is just tremendous, tremendous going by this pair. All of a sudden, Chandrapal Hemraj now 35 from 17, 5 4s and a 6. Smith Patel 41 from 32 with 1 4 and 2 6s. And the conditions certainly are a lot different now for Nasir Jamali, when he opened the bowling, opened it with the idea of looking to swing that ball around and take wickets. Now I think he'll just be looking to keep them quiet. This is played on the ground, not timed very well, but played down to long on for a single. Well, you take all the singles that you can get from this stage on, though, because Chandrapal Hemraj, 35 from 17, so he's striking it at the rate of more than 200. Smith Patel relatively sedate to start with, and then has opened his shoulders in the last several overs. He's now up to 42 from 33 with 1 4 and 2 6s. I keep saying it, plenty of batting still to come. Nasir Jamali now bowling to the left-handed Chandrapal Hemraj. Looks to whip this around the corner, just a thick under edge. Lucky to get away with just a single there. That line wasn't the best line for Jamali. Wanting to keep that ball outside of off. Certainly with fine leg inside the circle, that's Matthew Jones. Any amount of decent bat on that ball would have raced away behind square for 4. So he's going to be a little bit more careful. He's going to need to be a little bit more careful. Of course, the left-hand, right-hand combination with the two batters will not make that task any easier. Yorker length, in fact a low full toss and played down the ground and fumbled by that fielder. I'll tell you what, almost got away from him. It did well enough to keep it from going for 4. That's good work eventually by Sidesh Patari out there at long off. Almost conceded an extra 2 runs there. You see on the replay, looked to have it covered, but then not able to pick it up cleanly, but there, just that piece of work to pull it back from hitting the rope. So eventually good work for him. But he did convert 1 into 2. Low full toss, hammered on the ground, out to the sweeper. That's good work out there in the deep. Good pickup, a good strong throw. That looks like Laksh Parikh out there on the boundary. And limits the damage to a single. So 5 runs from 4 balls. This is good going so far. Nasir Jamali with a good return to the attack. He's now into his 3rd over, so a maximum of 7 balls left for him in the day's play. He's just now going to be looking to keep Hemraj quiet. Short, slower bouncer, and it's pulled down to deep, square leg for a single. And I may have miscounted. This is now going to be the last ball of this, his 3rd over, the 15th over of the innings. Score racing along now to 157. Smith Patel, and Smith Patel has closed out the last couple of overs with big shots. He's only 1 stroke away now from getting to his 50. So Nasir Jamali is going to have to be careful here. Oh, looking to go big and missing out. Looking to get to his 50 with a 6 was Smith Patel. Missed out on the attempted booming drive over mid-wicket. So a dot ball to end things here in the 15th. Good over in the context of things, only 6 runs coming from it. And after 15, the score is 157 for 2. .157 for 2, and if you're thinking now about where does the captain Shujanakvi go to get these last 5 overs in, the last 30 balls of the innings. Well, he's gone to Hamza Bangash, now bowling again, switching ends, bowling now from the highway end. Hamza Bangash, 2 overs so far, conceded 20 runs. Those 20 runs certainly will be a concern. You're going to want to get something around or run a ball. If you can limit the damage in this over to about 6 runs, that's what you'll be looking for if you're the Space City Raiders. So Hamza Bangash will bowl over number 16. If it goes well enough, I suspect he'll also get number 18. And then the captain himself, Shuja Nakvi, is still with 2 overs. Nasser Jamal is still with one left. So a few options to go here. Looking to run this one down behind square, but too wide. Hamza Bangash with good pace. That ball getting to the keeper. Chest height. But the line was certainly too far outside off stump. Looking at the replay here, certainly going to be a little bit too far outside the line of off. Umpire Rakesh Jain judging that one to be officially a wide. So extra ball and extra run. Now interestingly, the fielder coming in from the deep at square leg. So probably something a little fuller here. Now ball by Hamza Bangash. In the air, cover going back, sweeper coming in, lands in between them both. I don't know that they communicated very effectively there. I think if either one of those two had been committed to trying to catch that one of them might have gotten much closer. It sort of hung in the air for a long time, and neither of them was very committed to going after it. Each of them, I think, saw out of the corner of their eye that the other was coming. Not good communication in the deep, so they're going to have to work that out. It results in a long single, but it very well could have been a wicket. Hamza Bangash now bowling to Smith Patel, who is now on 45. Right arm over the wicket. Yorker length, it is in the air and goes all the way for 6. So Smith Patel, Hamza Bangash looking for the Yorker, not quite getting it full enough, and ended up being a half volley, and it goes over the top and wide of long on to get a 6 that brings him to a very well played 50. So he's now Smith Patel 51 from 37 with 1 4 and 3 6s. I mentioned that he was shifting through the gears. Well, you can probably say that he's in about 4th gear now, because he's looking to start accelerating. Here's his next delivery by Hamza Bangash. Short delivery. That's going to be 5 wides. Oh, when it rains, it pours. Hamza Bangash bending the back and hammering in a short delivery. But not only was the line down the leg side, it bounced probably a foot over the head of the batter. So it would have been adjudged a wide either on length or on line, and it goes away to the fence. So 5 extra runs, 5 bonus runs being given up. Already 6 freebies in this over by Hamza Bangash. So 13 runs from the over already, and only 2 legal deliveries bowled. And if, as I said a few deliveries ago, if you're looking to just keep the damage to be a minimal amount, looking for somewhere around 6 runs and over, well, that's long gone by. Down the leg side for another wide. Oh, things are really not going well here. 14 runs from the over, only 2 legal deliveries bowled, already 3 extra balls in this over. Hamza Bangash looking to bend his back and get that ball in the armpit of Smith Patel, which I don't mind, but you have to have the line right. Low full toss this time. I'll tell you what, he misses out there, does Smith Patel. Short third is inside the circle. Had that gotten anything on it, any amount of bats, nobody had slipped. Short third inside the circle, that would have raced away for 4 had anything been on there. It does go as a dot ball, a very precious dot ball in the context of this innings and of this over. So 3 balls remaining here in the 16th. Lofted in the air, deep square leg, and goes for another 6. Boy, things are really starting to fall apart here for the Space City Raiders, as Smith Patel lofting that one over deep square leg. The fielder on the boundary didn't even bother trying to make an attempt to catch that. And the score now races along to 177 for 2. Smith Patel now up to 57 from 39. 4 6s for him already, 2 in this over. And still 2 balls to go in this, the 16th over. 20 runs already on the board. Hamza Bangash under pressure. Bang for 6 more. Oh my goodness. Things are truly getting out of control. The wheels are starting to fall off the wagon for the Space City Raiders. Smith Patel now up to 65 from 40 balls faced with 1 4 and 5 6s. And we still have another 25 balls to go in the innings. The score of 183. This is really not looking good for the Space City Raiders. When you win the toss and decide to put a team in, this is certainly not what you would have expected, but Smith Patel has grabbed the bowling by the scruff of the neck. And Hamza Bangash with 1 ball to go here in the over. Played off the back foot and into down towards the sweeper. That's Ryan Patan at the deep extra cover boundary. But an expensive over comes to an end. The most expensive over of the inning so far. 27 runs coming from that over. At the end of 16, the score is 184 for 2. "27 big runs coming from the 16th over. Hamza Bangash's figures have been made a mess of. His 3 overs have now cost 47 runs. Smith Patel 64 from 41 with 1 4 and 5 6s. Chandra Paul Hemorrhage 37 from 20 with 5 4s and a 6. And this is now going to be Matthew Jones who's going to be asked to pull things back. There is absolutely a need to pull things back. Shuja Nakvi still with 2 overs to go himself. I suspect that he will be bowling overs 18 and 20. But Matthew Jones has some work to do here. Smith Patel. Fumble there. That should have just been a dot ball, but extra cover not able to cover it. No pun intended. That Shuja Nakvi himself at extra cover was not able to prevent that from going into the outfield for just a single though. It's important to only, if you allow them to score, just give up singles. But those 4s and 6s are what absolutely hurts you. And if you're Matthew Jones bowling to the left-hander, you're going to want something outside the line of off stump. You don't want him being able to hit in that arc between long on and square leg because he's absolutely brutal in that area. And of course, Matthew Jones bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, looking to slant the ball across him. Lofted in the air, and it goes all the way for 6. Again, not where you want to bowl if you're Matthew Jones. I like the angle bowling around the wicket to create the angle to go across him, but that angle does not do any good if you're going to bowl it on leg stump. And that's exactly where that one was. In fairness, it was a little outside off, but from that angle, you're going to want to have it much more outside off stump than that. Just Chandra Paul Hemorrhage planting that front foot and hammering it well over mid-wicket for 6. So Hemorrhage now up to 43, and the scoring continues unabated. This partnership absolutely racing along. The score now up to 191. Lofted down the ground. Where does this end up? Another 6. This one goes over long on. Hemorrhage now up to 49. And the score now up to 197. So with 150 well and truly in the rearview mirror, maybe the realistic question to be asked is, can they get to 250? Because this pair is looking like they want to set this field alight. Matthew Jones not quite getting it right. And just looking at where that ball pitches, it pitches right in the slot. Once again, you make the decision to go around the wicket to create an angle, but you still have to get the length and the line right. And with that length, with that line, a good batter like Chandra Paul Hemorrhage is going to cash in. So another 4 balls, make that 3 balls remaining here in the 17th. Now switching to go over the wicket, slammed down the ground, just a single. Tell you what, that's a better length. Change of angle to give the hemorrhage something different to look at, but that length is the type of length that does not allow him to get under it, but that does allow Chandrapal Hemorrhage to get to his 50. So he's now up to 50 from 23 balls faced, 5 fours and 3 sixes. Score now up to 198. You have another 20 deliveries left in this innings. Back around the wicket, played off the back foot, no run, a precious dot ball. And now just 1 ball remaining in this, the 17th over. There's another, in fact, 14 runs have already been scored from this over. How do you close this over out if you're Matthew Jones? Oh, stumping! That's well bowled. Tempting Smith Patel to come out of the crease, charging down the wicket, looking to go over the top. That is the length that you need to bowl if you're Matthew Jones, or make that Smith Patel not able to get all the way down to the pitch of the ball, and that ball spinning past the outside edge. Here you see on the replay, skipping down, a little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce, and the keeper doing the rest. So that is great work. Absolutely good piece of bowling by Matthew Jones. And that good piece of stumping, a clean stumping there performed by the keeper. An absolutely important wicket. You had to break that partnership. And much of the damage has already been done, but it could certainly have gotten a lot worse. Good innings by Smith Patel. He goes for 6 bowling at the end of that over by Matthew Jones. And that is Richard Allen, the keeper, with the stumping. Good piece of work to collect that ball because it was bouncing a little bit. And he did well enough to prevent that ball from getting past him, first of all, and then to complete the pretty straightforward stumping. So the 3rd wicket goes down. 3 overs remaining. The new batter in is Oba Spinar. And at the other end, Chandrapal Hemorrhage is at 50 from 23, and he'll be facing up now to captain himself, Shuja Nakvi, back into the attack. I suspected that he'd be bowling the 18th and the 20th. Here he is. Slapped in, just going down to deep square leg for a single. You'll take that if you're the captain. So Oba Spinar, tremendous all-rounder. Just a high-class quality batter. Can bat properly, as they say, or he can hit big. Usually you're accustomed to see him in the more customary role of accumulating runs. Not necessarily somebody who comes in and plays big shots to start his innings, but he's very, very capable. So right-handed batter and a left-arm spinner. Very tall, good reach. He's around maybe 6'4" or so. Shuja Nakvi has his work cut out for him. Off the back foot, that is played out to Ryan Patan at deep extra cover for a single. So 2 singles to start the over. Good work so far. The last 5 overs, before this over started, the last 5 overs went for 83 runs. So tremendous ball striking. But that wicket at the end of the last over would have pulled things back by Matthew Jones, courtesy of a good stumping by the keeper. Richard Allen, slower delivery, and it's played out to deep, long off. It's Matthew Jones coming around, so 3 singles to start this over by the captain, Shuja Nakvi. So Richard Allen, keeper again, with a good piece of work, combining with Matthew Jones to dismiss Smith Patel. And now Oba Spinar at the wicket. He's now on strike. He's 1 from 1. Chandrapal Hemorrhage at the other end is 51, 52 from 25. Hammered, but again, straight to... Oh, it gets right through Ryan Patan at deep extra cover. Should have just been a single, but he's not able to prevent that from squirting right through his grasp, and it goes away for 4. He will not be happy with that. Ryan Patan, a young man who takes great pride in everything he does on the cricket field, Obaspinar fiercely struck, but it really should have been stopped by Ryan Patan. So goes away for 4. Obaspinar with his first boundary of the day. And just now 2 balls remaining here in the 18th. What response does Shuja Nakvi have? Slow, loopy, full toss. And it's played down to deep, square leg. Watch Owen Brown here. No signal. So just for a split second, I thought that might have been adjudged as a no ball for a full toss above waist height. But that was not the case. And so 1 ball remaining in the 18th. So another 13 balls remaining in this innings. By the way, that 200 just came up 5 delivers ago. And here's Shuja Nakvi. Yorker length. And it is played off a thick inside edge to square leg. That's all they'll get is a single. So good work. Good over by Shuja Nakvi. Absolutely pulling things back here. His team needed that good over. And in fact, only 9 runs coming from that over. 9 runs sounds like a lot, but should have only been 6. Should have been 6 singles. One of those singles converted into a boundary by a misfield. And in the context of the way the last several overs have gone, to concede an over only 9 runs is actually a step in the right direction. So 18 up, the score is 207 for 3. Last 2 overs on tap, so this will be the last over for Nasser Jamali. Last over because it's the penultimate over of the innings and you can't bowl more than 1 consecutive. Also last over because this is his 4th. Bowling to Chandrapal Hemraj. Down the leg side, it is going to be judged wide. These extras are going to be very expensive. By my unofficial count so far, there have been 21 extras. So roughly 10% of all the runs that have scored in this innings have been scored via extras. Boy, you really want to make them score off the bat. You do not want to make them have to work less to get their runs. An interesting deep square leg coming in now, so it's probably going to be bowling Fuller. And this is sliced away over the top. Will run away for 4 over third. That is over the top of Ewart Nicholson down here at the boundary, and it goes for 4. Chandrapal Hemraj now up to 57 from 27 balls faced. Score now up to 212. So just 11 balls needed, or 11 balls remaining. There you see on the replay, just a slice with third man out or in the circle. You're going to want to have to keep that ball fuller. Cannot allow that room for him to get under it and slice the ball, because if it flies away over the top of that fielder inside the circle at short third, nothing prevents it from going away for 4. So with that field setting, I thought he'd be bowling a fuller length. There's that fuller length. That's a much better delivery. Looking to slice it off the back foot again, but missing out on the attempted cut was Chandrapal Hemraj. So there's a sweeper in the deep at cover. There is a deep backward point. So those 2 fielders in those 2 positions imply that that line is going to be outside the line of off, but it needs to be fuller. Slower bouncer, and again he bowls it too short, and it will race away for 4 more. So I don't mind the plan of 2 fielders in the deep on the offside, but if that's the case, you have to bowl a fuller length, because anything that is too short with short third inside the circle is just slapped away for 4 every single time, because when you give him that width and you give him that length, that ball will always end up over the top of that fielder short third. And now they've made the change and dropped that fielder back to deep third. He's now back on the boundary, which I think is a much, much better field. Now you can bowl that ball short outside the line of off. And then now the third is coming back inside the circle. Interesting. Yorker, and it's going to go away for 4. Did that come off of anything? No, it is 5 wides. So it goes down the leg side, which is a wide, and then goes for 4 additional runs. So this is turning out to be a very expensive over. 14 coming from it already. Here, see the replay. Certainly well down the leg side. No chance for the keeper to be able to get to that one. Richard Allen. Too far away from him. Of course, as a keeper, you generally set up in the line of off stump or maybe just outside off stump. So if the ball is squirted down the leg side, sometimes you have too much work to do to be able to get to that. And certainly not able to get to it on this occasion. Slower bouncer in the air, catchable. No, it's not catchable. Over the top of mid-wicket for 6 more. Absolutely brutal ball striking here by Chandrapal Hemraj. He's now up to 67 from 30 balls faced with 7 fours and 4 sixes. The score is now up to 227. Chandrapal Hemraj 67 from 30. Obas Pinar 6 from 3. So both batters striking it at or above 200. And there's still 8 balls to go in this innings. The current run rate is 12.16. So you're projected to be above 240 at this rate. In the air, not going to be catchable though. Short third running back. That's Ewart Nicholson planting and throwing back to the keeper's end, but still 2 more runs. And now just 1 ball remaining. Nasser Jamali not really very happy with the effort there by Ewart Nicholson. I don't think that he had many options other than just being able to run back and get that one. It was always going to be over his head. And in fact, he might have done well in sprinting back to 30 yards or so to prevent that from going for 4. Last ball of what is already an expensive over. 22 runs coming from it. Nasir Jamali, his first 3 overs actually went for 13. This one already conceding 22. Last ball, 6 more. Look at that shot. The square leg fielder hangs his head as it sails well and truly over his head. Another expensive over comes to an end. 84 runs coming from the last 5. 1 over to go. The score is 235 for 3. Well, when the Space City Raiders won the toss, Captain Shuja Nakvi making the decision to put the opposition in. As I mentioned a couple of times, his thought was to limit them to around 150. At least that's what he said at the toss. At this rate, he will do well to limit them to 250 because Obas Pinar, who is now on strike, 6 from 3. At the other end, Chandrapal Hemraj, 75 from 32. This is the last over. Oh, Obas Pinar looking to pull that one. And a thick under edge where it has the ball trickle towards mid-wicket for a single. But all that does is bring Chandrapal Hemraj back on strike. Chandrapal Hemraj to make that 76 from 32 with 7 fours and 5 big sixes. 5 balls remaining. He can do a lot of damage in these 5 balls. So Shuja Nakvi is going to have to be very careful here. Slower delivery, and it's played down the ground. That's a good ball. If you can limit the opposition to singles here, you will have done your job, and that's what the captain, Shuja Nakvi, is looking to do here. So Obas Pinar has only been there for 7 deliveries, make that 4 deliveries. And he has 7 runs from those 4. Oh, next delivery, Lofted in the gap between mid wicket and square leg. In fact, oh, it goes right through him and goes for four. Oh, that is absolutely unforgivable. That is Usman Ashraf out there on the boundary, had it covered. A relatively lackadaisical effort, it has to be said, very casual. And oh, just looking at that replay, that ball goes right through his hands. That easily should have been stopped, but it was not stopped. Goes away for four, and that will absolutely be demoralizing for the captain and bowler Shuja Nakvi. Oh, full toss and missing out there. Luckily for Shuja Nakvi, that was not adjudged to be a no ball. A quick look at umpire Owen Brown at square leg, but his only motion was to signal to his partner Rakesh Jain that there are 2 balls left in the over. So 2 balls left. Obaspinar 11 from 6 has the possibility to add to that total. The score now 241. Next delivery in the air, catchable and taken. It was in the air for a long time. Obaspinar, obviously, with 2 balls remaining, you're swinging at anything that you can, and well judged in the end by Usman Ashraf. Had a long time to think about that ball in the air, but he positioned himself well and took really what was a regulation catch. So Obaspinar goes for 11 from 7 with 2 4s. And this will only, in fact, 1 ball remaining. Spoke earlier about Corey Anderson, the former New Zealand international. Corey Anderson, left arm power hitter or left-handed power hitter, coming to the crease. He'll only have 1 ball in which to prove that he's a power hitter. Those of us who are from the West Indies will remember with horror around 10 or so years ago where Corey Anderson scored at that time what was the fastest 100 ever in a 50-over match against the West Indies. If I remember correctly, it was around 40 balls that it took to get to 100. Doesn't have anything near that number of balls this time. Only will have 1 ball, assuming this is not a no ball or a wide. Here's Shuja Nakvi. Great delivery. That is a dot ball to end things. What a great delivery by Shuja Nakvi. Corey Anderson not able to force that ball away. So that is a good close to the over, to the innings rather. In fact, a good over bowled by Shuja Nakvi. 6 runs coming from that over, including a 4 that really should not have been a 4. And then he does take the wicket of Obaspinar. But much of the damage has already been done. 241 runs come from that total after having been put into bat by the Space City Raiders. The SAMP Army stamp their authority and indicate how well they bat and how deep they bat. So just a quick look at the scorecard. Kenar Lewis, 58 from 30. Andreas House, 4 from 6. Smith Patel, 65 from 44. Chandrapal Hemraj, 76 from 33. Those are your destroyers. Obaspinar, 11 from 7. And Corey Anderson facing that 1 ball at the end and was not able to score off that ball. From the bowling perspective, Nasser Jamali, 4 overs, none for 41. Shuja Nakvi bowled well in the context of things, 4 overs, 2 for 38. Hamza Bangash, 3 overs, went for 47 runs, giving up almost 16 and over. Matthew Jones, 3 overs, 1 for 34. Laksh Parikh, 3 overs, 1 for 38. And Ewart Nicholson, 2 overs for 18. Usman Ashraf, his 1 over cost 18. So none of the bowlers were treated with respect. The 1 bowler, in fact 2 bowlers with economy rates of less than 10 were the captain Shuja Nakvi, 9.5, and Ewart Nicholson, his 2 overs costing 18, 9 runs and over. So that is the end of the first over, the first innings rather. And that means that the Space City Raiders, after having been made to chase leather in really hot and brutal conditions, will be coming back in about 10 minutes to see if they can overhaul a total of 242. Take a short break, and we'll be back within about 10 minutes. Signing off for now from Prairie View. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. We had an absolutely frenetic first innings where the SAMP Army, after having been put into bat by the Captain Shujanakvi of the Space City Raiders, absolutely took the bowling to all corners, scoring 241 runs for the loss of just 4 wickets, led by Chandrapal Hemraj, 76 from 33 with 7 fours and 5 sixes. Smith Patel, 65 from 44 with 1 4 and 5 sixes. And don't forget the efforts of Kenar Lewis at the top of the top of the innings, 58 from 30, 4 fours and 5 sixes. This is Brian Walters, and I'm joined once again for a man who is about to play his 3rd innings today. Nikhil Bhatt, good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. What a first session we have seen. Exciting batting and some superb skill set with the bat from Kenar Lewis, Smith Patel, Chandrapal Hemraj, and all of them over 50, going at a strike rate of 193, 147 and 230. 241 runs on the board for SAMP Army, and this is an exciting second session here, Brian. It's hot, and as you said in the beginning, winning the toss and bowling first is something that would be a good choice, but with 241 on the board, I mean, it will be a tough run chase because they'll have to get going and they'll have to keep going.
Well, when you know that you have to score a minimum of 2 runs off every ball, that kind of puts into context what you have to do from here. So you have to hit the ground running. This is one of those games where you play yourself in as you're walking to the crease, because once you get to the crease, you have all the work in the world to do. And it will not be easy, because the man warming up at the top of his mark from the forest end is a former Pakistani international, Najaf Shah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be an exciting contest, and as you mentioned, you know, you play yourself in as you walk in from the dugout. So let's just say they have played themselves in now and they're taking strike. It's going to be Hamza Bangash, and the other opener is Richard, who are the 2 openers for Space City, and we'll have to see how this goes. It's going to be an exciting run chase. We are getting ready for the first ball of the second session. 242 to chase, 2 runs per ball, and in fact more than 2 runs per ball technically. First ball of the second session coming up. It's Hamza on strike, and we are looking forward. The 2 fielders outside. There is a 3rd man out, and there is a fielder at deep square leg. Those are the 2 fielders outside the circle. This is the first power play, first ball of the second session. In comes the bowler left arm over. This time it's picked it up over the head of mid-off, not quite timed it. The fielder at mid-off giving the chase. It will be just a single. Good stop and good release. Well, as you said, Brian, they've got going, or at least trying to, with the first shot over the head of mid-off.
You've seen Hamza Bangash in situations like this before, and he is a very good hitter of the cricket ball. And if he gets in and gets set, he's the type of batter who can give you 80 runs in 30 balls. And he's going to need to set the pace in that sort of a start. With Ryan Patan coming down the order, he's always also somebody who will be interested or who will be important. But it will not be easy against Najaf Shah.
Second ball, left-hander on strike, Richard. This is beautifully bowled, beating the batter outside the off stump. And that's the class that we are talking about here, Brian, with a Pakistani international bowler.
Well, if somebody's played professionally for Pakistan or for any of the test playing nations, you expect them to have high class. Plus there's the added advantage of him being tall. He's around 6'4" and left-handed, which is also something that comes into play. You don't have a whole lot of left-handed fast bowlers. All things to pay attention to.
Next ball coming up, it's Richard on strike. This is beautifully bowled, appeal for leg before, and that's out. Wrapped on the pads on the back foot. First wicket goes down. That looked adjacent, and a perfect start over here for SAMP Army. What a ball that one, Brian.
Well, again, from our perspective, we are square of the wicket, or relatively square of the wicket, so we can't judge length, or we can't judge line, but he was trapped on the crease. Looking at the replay now, this will give us a better idea. Oh my goodness, yes, that is plowing into middle and off, 2/3 of the way up. Umpire Owen Brown has had some difficult decisions to make in his time as an umpire. I don't think that would have been one of the more difficult ones. Pretty straightforward, plumb in front.
Yeah, it almost felt like Richard was hanging on the back foot if you look at the replay here with the left arm quick coming in. He was not quite, he didn't have the stride forward and wrapped on the pads right in front. He should have played on the front foot in the V and stayed back. But that's what happens. It's the scoreboard pressure. It's the class of the bowler beating him on the first ball. The left-hander departs over here, and we have the number 3 batter, Shams Arifin, walking in here.
Well, I think you nailed it. Scoreboard pressure is part of it. The rest of it is that you're hesitant to go onto the front foot against a 6'4" bowler who used to play for Pakistan. So you're hesitant to go forward. You're absolutely right. It trapped him full. That type of delivery is one you come down the wicket to plant that front foot and get that ball going between mid-on and mid-off in the V, as you said. But if you're trapped on the back foot or if you're trapped on the crease, then you don't have very many options. You limit the opportunity to give the umpire something else to think about when you're wrapped on the pad.
All right, so the new batter Shams on strike. First ball, he's facing here. Left arm over the bowler. He's glided it away towards third man. It's gone towards third man. Brilliant stop there by the fielder, keeping it to just a single. Could have easily been at least a couple more runs, if not a boundary, Brian.
Oh, it's a brilliant piece of work. That looks like Oba Spinar out there at deep third, sliding across and absolutely saving 3 runs for his side. Look, in this stage of the innings, you're needing upwards of 12 runs and over. But everything that you can do as a fielding side to limit scoring builds that pressure and continues to make that required rate climb.
Next ball, the bowler coming, Hamza on strike. Oh, he's bowled him, he's castled him. What a ball this one. Oh, well, it's a no ball. There are 3 fielders outside the circle. Can you believe this? There was a deep fine leg, there was a third man out, and there was a deep square leg. Well, it's all happening over here. First of all, look at the replay here, Brian. Look at this beauty of a ball from the bowler coming in, and that one came in. What a ball. Castled the leg stump, but it's a no ball. 3 fielders outside the circle. Your take, Brian.
Oh my goodness. So you see this at club cricket level sometimes. I would not expect to see this at this level of a tournament. You have former test players in the side, 3 on the ground at least. Dane Pete, Najaf Shah, and Corey Anderson. Somebody should have spotted the fact that there are 3 fielders outside the circle. So for those who don't know what we're talking about, inside the power play, inside the first 6 overs, you can have a maximum of 2 fielders outside the circle. Anything more than 2 fielders outside, it's a no ball.
All right, it's going to be a free hit. Hamza on strike, and in comes Nazaf here, left arm over. And this is in the block hole. It'll be just a single towards mid-wicket. But well, what an over we have had. The first one over here. It's all happened here. 1 wicket, a second one of a no ball. There was a free hit. It's just a single, a short play towards third man. A brilliant stop by the fielder. It's all happening in the first over itself, Brian.
Oh my goodness. I am sure that, so yeah, you and I play club cricket. I don't know that you would have ever seen that happen at your level of cricket. I certainly didn't see it when I played. I would not have expected to see that here.
All right, final ball of the first over. This time, well, this could have been a catch at first slip. Or did it just fall short? That was an interesting one. We'll get a replay of that, but that would be the end of the first over. It's 3 for 1. We'll be back in few seconds to discuss the last ball of the first over. All right, Brian, what a first over to see. Your take on that first over very quickly before the second one starts.
Really good piece of bowling. Left arm angle going across the right-hander and kissing the outside edge. Looking at it live, it appeared to bounce just in front of Corey Anderson the first slip. So I think not really in danger of having taken a wicket, but still a whole lot happening in the first over. Now Calvin Savage from the southern end.
All right, first ball of the second here. Hamza on strike, plays it towards mid-off. It's a dot ball. Good start for Calvin over here. Well, this is a top-class bowling attack here, and their tail is up. They got a wicket in the first over, and they've got a big score to defend. So it's all for the Space City batters to sort of take the attack to the opposition and try to put them on the back foot, especially after losing 1 early wicket here. Second ball, Calvin coming in. It is Hamza on strike. This is short, defended on the back foot. 2 dot balls. Good start here from Calvin.
Certainly a good start. Now, sometimes as a batter, if you're chasing such a large total, it sort of liberates you because you know you have no choice but to go for it. So if you're chasing 135, 140, sometimes you're sort of in two minds as to whether or not to be aggressive. But if you're chasing 241 runs, another 239 needed, you know you have no choice but to go for it.
Next ball, this time it's clipped away off his pads towards mid-wicket for a couple of runs. There's a fielder at deep square leg. He gives the chase and a good throw back to the keeper. But 2 runs nevertheless here for Hamza. And talking about Hamza, I mean, he almost has the license to go for it. And like you mentioned, he can be very dangerous if he gets a few shots up front. So he's taken his time here in that sense. But he's on 4 now of 6 balls. A couple of big shots and you never know, he can turn it around very quickly here, Brian.
That certainly is the case. And we've seen Hamza Bangash play absolutely brutal cricket over the years.
Calvin to Hamza here. This time he's picked it up over the head of the bowler. This is going towards long off. Not quite timed it. A couple of runs. And they're trying to go for the third. This can be a run out, but not quite. Rightly sent back. In fact, it's just a single, not a couple of runs here.
Ooh.
So, well, that could have been close, Brian. I mean, a tad risky in the end for Hamza.
Well, it's the benefit of having good athletic fielders in the outfield. As Obaspinar coming across from mid-on, coming across to slide and stop that ball just from in front of the boundary rope, and then doing enough to limit the damage to just 1 run.
So it's going to be Shams now on strike. He's going to face Calvin, who's going to go right arm around. In fact, he's going right arm over, just ensuring that he's got the angle right here. And deep square leg, and that's the fielder out and third man out. This is short and Shams tried to cut it. It's gone towards the fielder at slip, Corey Anderson. Shams Arifin, he's a local from Houston. You've seen him play, Brian. Your take on him? Short guy, but very good with the bat.
Well, certainly seen him play over the years. Just like most of the Space City Raiders are based right here in Houston. He is somebody else who maybe doesn't have the hitting prowess of a Hamza Bangash, but he has full license to go for everything here, so I expect him to be aggressive.
Calvin to Shams here. Well, beautifully bowled, beating the batter outside the off stump. He tried to play the expansive shot towards the leg side. In the end, it's a dot ball to finish the second. 2 done, 7 for 1, and we'll be back in a few seconds. Alright, so it's going to be Nazaf who's going to continue here after a superb first over. Just 3 of the first over and a wicket. In fact, he got 2, but that was one of a no ball. He's coming left arm over here. Oh, beautifully bowled. That ball kicked off the pitch, and in the end it was well played by Hamza. But what a ball that one.
Well, from that height and with that left arm over the wicket angle, slanting across the left-handers, or the right-handers, the ball getting to you somewhere around the rib cage, it is always going to be a tricky sort of approach to be able to get him away. It's very, very difficult to score off of.
All right, in comes Nazaf, left arm over. Hamza on strike again. The short ball, but a quicker one, and sort of making him jump there. But in the end, yeah, he got his bat down just in time.
So I hate to keep making this about me. When I played, that is exactly the type of delivery that I loved bowling the most. From over the wicket, getting to the batter right in his rib cage in that area. That is a very difficult delivery for the right-hander to face.
Yeah, and he's getting the ball to come into the right-handed batter, as we can see here. In comes Nazaf. Oh, beautifully bowled. This one went away and beating the batter completely. This is top-class bowling and exciting to see this. A left-arm quick, a Pakistani international, and we can see the class all on those every delivery that he's bowling, Brian.
Oh my
amazing
goodness.
Stuff.
That angle again, left arm over, and this one, you're exactly right, it didn't swing in, it actually went across the batter. So he's looking for the big booming drive, Hamza Bangash, but not able to lay anything on it.
Next ball, Nazaf to Hamza here, and this one again too quick outside the off stump. Hamza tried to play towards deep mid wicket, missed the ball. This time again angled across. So he's showing his full repertoire over here. He's getting the ball to come in, taking it away, and I'm sure Brian is recollecting his younger days with that bandana when he used to bowl those left arm over menacing balls. As Nazaf will continue here. We'll get Brian's thoughts after this ball, because I'm sure he's recollecting those days when he used to be really threatening. All right, in comes Nazaf. It's been 4 dot balls, 4 top class balls in this over so far. Hamza on strike, batting on 5. Again, this is down the leg side. It probably clipped. Yeah, it's a white signal by the umpire. This time he tried to get the ball into the right-handed batter, but not quite getting the line right. But Brian, top class stuff, and probably you would have done the same, getting the ball away and getting it in, and troubling the top order batters.
Well, essentially that's what you're trying to do. This one may be swinging a little too much, so going down the leg side, but that angle, especially if you're bowling to somebody like a Hamza Bangash who can hit big, but I think prefers to power the ball in the gap between long on and square leg. If you keep that angle across him, it's a much more difficult shot to play.
All right, this time Hamza has played it towards mid-on. It'll be just a single, so a couple of runs of the first 5 balls, and SAMP, Space City, they are 8 for 1 now. We are in the 9 for 1. In fact, we are in the 3rd over, and the required run rate has climbed up to more than 13.5 now. It's 13.56 in fact. Final ball of the 3rd over coming up here. It will be Shams Arifin on strike. He's batting on 1 of 4 balls, and it'll be Nazaf who's bowled 1.5 overs and taken a wicket. This time Shams trying to play the big shot, getting the outside edge. It's gone 1 bounce towards 3rd man. That will be the end of the 3rd over here. It's 10 for 1, and we'll be back in a few seconds. All right, Brian, 10 for 1 in 3 overs. A perfect start here for SAMP Army, not quite for Space City Riders.
It's not a bad thing. I'll say more after this delivery. It's not a bad thing to keep an eye on the required rate as that single goes down to backward square leg. You came in looking to score 2 runs off of every ball. After 3 overs and 1 ball, you are only scoring at the rate of 3.47 and over. So that required rate has jumped up to almost 14. A rate of 14 in the 4th over is almost impossible to overcome.
Beautifully bowled by Calvin. That ball kicked off the pitch, and a good short ball. Nicely played in the end by Hamza. He's not quite getting the release shot, not quite getting the width that he would ideally want, or the ball in the slot which can get him going. This is top class bowling. He's respecting the good balls and still trying to hang in there and get those singles. It's not easy. He's batting on 7 of 13 balls. As we have Shams who's now back on strike, and it will be Calvin who's bowled 1.2 overs, given away 5 runs so far. 3rd ball of the over coming up. Calvin to Shams. This is played off the back foot, steered away towards backward point for yet another single. 3 of 3 in the first 3 balls here, and knowing Hamza Bangash and his attacking style of batting, I'm sure there's something that's got to give here, Brian.
Something has to give. You're building pressure. If you are the SAMP Army, you're building pressure with the ball. There's no question that you're building pressure. At required rate, sneaking upward after every dot ball, after every single, even after every double, the required rate goes up. So you absolutely have to have something happen here.
This time down the leg side, it will be a white signal by the umpire. So they got 4 runs of the first 3 balls, with that wide adding to the total. And yeah, Hamza has faced 13 balls. He's batting on 7. If he can get a couple of shots, he can get those quick boundaries. The game can change. We'll have to see what happens over here as Calvin is continuing here, and he's bowling right arm over. It's Hamza Bangash on strike. In comes Calvin. This time it's short and this is pulled away beautifully. It's played towards deep backward square. That's a glorious shot by Hamza. He gets his first boundary. We were talking about it. Something's got to give. And that's a beautifully played pull shot of the back foot. Let's take a look at the replay here. This time Calvin pitched it short, and what a shot that by Hamza.
Lovely shot. Pivoting beautifully. Now, if you're going to bowl a short ball from a right-hander bowling over the wicket, that ball has to be on a middle and off or maybe an off-stump line. That was going down the leg side. And so you're essentially inviting Hamza Bangash to play that shot. And he generally plays it very well. Just looking at the replay again, it's certainly going down the leg side. And all he needed to do was just pivot to get anything on that. Nobody out there in the deep at deep fine leg.
Yeah, that's a good shot. And that should hopefully boost his confidence. He's got his first boundary here. He's now moved on to 11 of 14 balls. And we have the next ball, the fifth ball of Calvin's second over here. This time trying to play the expansive shot on the leg side. A good comeback by Calvin. That was pitched up and away from the right-handed batter outside the off stump. Exactly what you would expect from a top-class bowler after that previous boundary, Brian.
Absolutely. So I'm thinking in terms of who is going to bowl next. You'd imagine that there would be some part of you as a captain, Andreas House, who would want to keep the pressure on. So maybe you give each of the opening bowlers another spell or another over after this. But I couldn't help noticing Dane Pete just warming up just now, so I'm wondering if they're going to go to him after this ball.
Calvin to Hamza, beautifully bowled again, beating him outside the off stump. This one went away from the right-handed batter. 2 dot balls to finish the fourth after 4. Space City Raiders 18 for 1. We'll be back in a few seconds. Alright, this one outside the off stump and beating Shams Arifin. So it's Nazaf who's continuing and the expert calling it in the commentary box, giving the opening bowlers one more over. That's exactly what's happened over here, Ryan.
Now look, the current temperature is 93 degrees. Feels like is over 100, and it is 100% or 90% humidity. So fast bowling in these conditions is never easy. But if the price is to be able to turn the screws a little deeper, you understand why they did it.
Well bowled again. This is hurrying on to the batter. He's played it towards square leg for a single. And now it's 19 on the board. We are in the 5th over. And they need 224 runs more from here on. 15.4 overs to go. And well, Nazaf Shah, what a top class opening spell this has been. He's bowled 2.2 overs, given away only 8 runs, picked up 1 wicket. Easily could have had 2 if not for the no ball against Hamza when he got him bowled. In comes Nazaf to Hamza again. Ooh. Oh, what a ball. This one right in the block hole, angled into the right-handed batter, beating him for pace. Top class stuff this, Brian.
Ooh. So the benefit of being a Najaf Shah who can hit the deck hard and tickle your ribs, as we used to say, is when he bowls it full, if you're not quite ready for it, if you're not a good enough batter to make that adjustment, it can very easily defeat you. That's exactly what happened there with Hamza Bangash.
Well, Hamza batting on 11 now. We have the 4th ball of the 5th over coming up. It's Nazaf Shah to Hamza Bangash. Oh, bowl him. That's castled. That's the one. It came in. It was in the block hole, angled into the right-handed batter, beaten for pace. And that crashes onto the stumps of Hamza Bangash. He departs here. It's 19 for 2. What a ball this one, Brian.
Well, instant replay from the first over. Another Yorker in swinging. Hamza Bangash making room to the leg side for some reason, not getting in line, which again I think has something to do with the fact that you're dealing with a high-class bowler, bowling at pace with that angle, which makes it uncomfortable for you. And I just said the ball before. If you're bowling that type of delivery, when he pitches one full, you're going to be found wanting. And I think that's exactly what happened here.
Perfect in swinging Yorker right in the block hole, and it's never easy when a left arm bowler can get the ball into the right-handed batter. And we saw a top class delivery to Hamza Bangashir, and now it's the contest. Ryan Khan Pathan walking in at number 4, the contest that we are waiting for, sort of. It'll be exciting to see. He has the license, but it's a top class bowling unit who's bowling in full throttle, who's bowling in full rhythm, and they're going for it.
For me, Ryan Pathan is not only the best batter in this side, he's one of the best batters in the entire tournament. You're absolutely right. He's going against a top-class lineup, former test players, 3 of them at least, who are going to be bowling at him at some point, assuming that you'll see Corey Anderson bowl. Doesn't bowl as much of these days, but he's a very capable left-arm bowler. Najaf Shah is Najaf Shah. Dane Pete is a very experienced former test spinner for South Africa. So it's not going to be easy, but if it will happen, if they're going to threaten this total at all, Space City Raiders, it is going to have to happen with Ryan Khan Pathan.
All right, so we have the new batter Ryan facing his first ball against Nazaf Shah, who's got his tail up. He's coming left arm over. What a ball right in the block hole. Nicely played in the end by Ryan Khan Pathan, and he's off the mark, but what a ball to get up front, and he was up for it, Ryan. What a ball.
Oh,
Super.
Great delivery. For Najaf Shah, you have to expect that you're either going to get a short ball or you're going to get a bouncer. It's going to be one of those two, short ball or Yorker, I'm sorry. And you certainly got the Yorker on that occasion. Really good delivery, right in the block hole. But Ryan Pathan equal to the task, being able to not only dig that one out, but get a single from it to get off the mark.
All right, so we have the final ball of the 5th over. Shams on strike. This was angled in, but it was the length turned out to be a full toss, not quite a Yorker, and good running by Shams. He's played it towards backward point for a couple of runs, so that should end the 5th over. After 5, Space City Raiders 22 for 2. We'll be back in a few seconds.
Speak of the devil.
Well, that's why we have the expert in the commentary box, Brian Walters. He was just talking about it. Corey Anderson is one of the bowlers who's in the lineup. He doesn't bowl that much, but he has the skill set to do so. And it's almost like he's listened to Brian and he's come in right away in the next over to bowl here. It's a contest that's on. It will be Ryan Khan Pathan on strike, and it will be Corey Anderson left arm over. Almost like they want to come in the battle here, and Corey brings himself here. I mean, obviously it's Andres who's the captain, but it's a call that's taken by the senior players here.
No question. So I think they like the angle, left armor going across the 2 right-handed batters.
First ball for Corey here, and it's picked up beautifully. It's coming towards us in the commentary box. 1 bounce towards extra cover. That's 4. What a start here to this over from Ryan Khan Pathan. As expected, he's the batter, and he's got going here.
Well, certainly he has full license. Looking at Corey Anderson curling in toward Ryan Khan Pathan, but not straightening enough, still leaving it well outside the line of off stump. I wouldn't be surprised if Corey Anderson were to switch after. Let's see what happens on this ball. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go around the wicket and slant the ball in towards the stumps.
In comes Corey, left arm over. It's Ryan on strike. This is the back of length ball angled in. Nicely done by Corey. Good comeback, and exactly what you would expect in a contest like this.
You know, when Corey Anderson played for New Zealand 8 years ago, wasn't exactly express, but he was relatively quick. These days, he's a man in his early 30s, so doesn't bowl as quickly anymore. But still, what you'd expect, he's a very accurate and canny bowler. In
comes Corey, left arm over to Ryan. This time it's picked up and nicely played, but good stop by the fielder at mid-off. So 2 dot balls after the boundary of the first ball, but he's giving himself a chance over here, Corey, because he's pitching the ball up and there is some swing on offer, so it's an exciting contest, Brian.
It certainly is. And that ball was stroked very, very nicely, very fiercely. Kennard Lewis doing the fielding there to prevent that from getting by. But Corey Anderson's going to have to be careful not to give it too full to Ryan Campatan.
This time it's short, a good bouncer, so good variation here from Corey. 3 dot balls after the boundary of the first ball. So this is a really good contest, and the pressure is mounting here for Space City Raiders. A required run rate of more than 15 now.
The required rate is not often that you see the actual rate be 10 runs shorter than the required rate. That's exactly what you have here. The run rate is 4.59. They need to score at 15.07. So whatever rate you're scoring at right now, you need 10 runs and over more than that. That tells you an idea, or gives you an idea of how difficult this task is.
Well, they've got third man in the circle now, and mid-on has gone back to long on. So the 2 fielders are long on and deep square leg. So expect a full ball here, and he's coming left arm round. Beautifully bowled outside the off stump. And our expert called this as well, the change in angle from Corey. And here he is left arm around. It's almost like they're getting the decisions going from the commentary box that you have to do this, and that's what they're doing. Brian was talking about Corey coming into the attack. He was in. He spoke about left arm around, and he's doing that now. That's the expertise we have here. Final ball of the sixth over coming up. In fact, 5th ball of the 6th over coming up. Corey left arm around. This is short, and it's played towards backward point. So I believe that's the over. Yeah, 5 dot balls after a boundary. Good comeback by Corey. After 6, it's 26 for 2. Space City Raiders will be back in a few seconds.
One over remaining in the power play. In fact, no, that is the end of the power play. So the power play is up, done and dusted. 26 runs in the power play. You needed a lot more than that in the power play if you were the Space City Raiders, and it will not help that they've also lost 2 wickets. So the work is certainly cut out for them. But Hamza Bangash, after having been dismissed, you have Ryan Patan, who is still at the wicket. He's now the non-striker, as this is going to be Calvin Savage, who switches ends and is now bowling from the forest end to Shams Arifin. Yorker length delivery and is late on the shot. Shams Arifin looking to play that away through the offside. So outside of the power play, there are now 4 fielders in the deep. There is a deep backward square leg. There is a deep fine leg. There is a deep third, and there's a sweeper on the offside. Those are 4 outside. The remaining fielders, of course, are inside the circle. Mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point, and Corey Anderson standing at slip. Stroked away for 4. That is a good-looking shot by Shams Arifin over the top of extra cover. And you need a whole lot more of that if you're the Space City Raiders. You'll definitely take that type of a shot. And we spoke already about how difficult this is going to be. It's such a steep hill for them to climb. But as they say, the longest journey begins with one step. Shams Arifin now going over the top of that fielder, short extra cover. He now moves up to 11 from 12 with 1-4. Ryan Patan still getting started, 5 from 7 with 1-4. And Calvin Savage, his first 2 overs only yielded 11 runs, but he's now been taken for a 4 after the second ball of this, his 3rd over. Ooh, looking to turn that away through the offside. Gets a thick leading edge and it squirts into the covers. They'll get a single. But I'll tell you, this is something that you're going to have to be careful of, because this game can get out of control, out of reach in a hurry. The required rate is now up to 15.63. And with a required rate of 15.63, you're going to, and you're scoring at the rate of 5 or 4.7. You have a lot of work to do, and Calvin Savage is not an easy bowler to score off of. In the air, look where that goes, all the way for 6. That is a heck of a stroke by Ryan Patan. Gave him just a bit of room outside off stump, and he opens up those shoulders and goes over the covers. That is not an easy shot to play. Look at this replay. Staying leg side and absolutely throwing that bat at the ball. Not much flourish in the shot, but I'll tell you, the effortlessness with which he played that shot means that it flies away for 6. And as we have a return to the booth here, look, I've said a couple of times already, Nikhil, that he is the man, I think, who's going to get them going. If there is a chance, you expect that Ryan Patan will have something to do with it.
No, I completely agree. And what a shot in this over from Ryan Khan Patan. I mean, Calvin is in his 3rd over, and he's changed ends over here. He's in his 3rd over, and the final ball of his 3rd over, the current run rate is still less than 6 per over, and the required run rate is more than 15. So it's almost a difference of 10, as Brian was talking about it. And this will be the final. In fact, the power play is done, so now it's all like just picking the gaps and going for it. 5 fielders outside the circle allowed after the power play. Final ball of Calvin's 3rd. This time is flicked it away beautifully. It's gone towards the deep backward square boundary. Gloriously played by Ryan Khan. That was full, placed in the gap. We were talking about picking the gaps. Good shot to finish the 7th, Brian.
Excellent shot to finish the 7th. We'll say more about this. Score is 4-1 for 2. We'll be right back.
Well, we see some comments in the live chat. It's our very own Basit Zubair talking about the legendary laugh by the great Brian Walters, and of course he knows a thing or two about Brian's left arm fast bowling, and I'm sure he's wanting to add something to it, maybe in the comment section if he's listening to this. But yeah, Brian is giving a masterclass over here when it comes to bowling changes and left arm fast bowling. Alright, so we have 7 overs gone, 41 for 2, and Dane Pete, who's coming into the attack over here. Something that we called it in the commentary box, Brian did, that we have 3 international bowlers in the bowling team, and this is the 3rd one here. Dane Pete coming, Shamsa Arifin sweeps this towards deep square leg for a single. The 5 fielders outside for Dane Pete. He's got a deep square leg, he's got a deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a sweeper cover. Those are the 5 out. And he's got a fielder at covers, short fine, short 3rd, and conventional point. That's the field for Dane. He is in his 1st over here, required run rate of more than 15. This will be an interesting contest. Ryan facing Dane. Well bowled, slower, and played off the back foot. This will be good to see, Brian. Exciting contest on.
Dane Pete, a former South African test and limited over spinner, so absolutely knows what he's doing with the ball.
This time it's pitched up, and this is beautifully played by Ryan in the gap away from the fielder at deep mid wicket. Excellent timing, and he gets his 1st boundary against Dane Pete here. This was the one which was fuller, and as we see the replay here, Dane Pete tried to bowl it a tad slower, and it was in the arc for Ryan Khan Patan, but he placed it perfectly here, Brian. This is good hitting and in the gap. We'll see the next ball here. Ryan on strike. This is short, played off the back foot straight to Corey. Good comeback that by Dane.
The advantage that Dane Pete gives you is that he drifts the ball beautifully. So I expect to see that ball drifting as you look at the screen from left to right.
Oh, this time it was short, and Ryan tried to play the pull shot. This can be a catch for the fielder at short fine. What a catch that one. Beautifully taken. It was not an easy catch. It was high up in the air. He had to come right below the ball, and in the end he judged it to perfection. Top class stuff, Brian, by the fielder there.
Then Pete gets his revenge, and the gigantic wicket of Ryan Khan Patan falls. Now, I mentioned that there's always going to be drift from left to right, and I think that's exactly what happened there. Looking to pull that shot away on the leg side, but just that amount of drift would have taken the ball back in the direction to make it a top edge, and it was struck fiercely, so it went very high in the air. So that fielder at short fine leg would have had a week and a half to think about it, but he did well to manage and sort of position himself in the right way to take what was not an easy catch by any means. So that's a great piece of work for him.
Definitely, and with the wind being a factor over here, to come underneath the ball and judge it to perfection as it's coming down, top class stuff. Third wicket down here for Space City Raiders. They are 46 for 3. Ryan Khan Pathan departs on 19, and we have the number 5 batter who's now walking in here in a spot of bother. Space City Raiders here, a big score to chase, and they're already 3 down. And Dane Pete, he's got a wicket in his first over. For any spinner or any bowler for that matter to get a wicket in your first over, that is something that is always a plus and advantage. It boosts your confidence for that day, for that game, and now that's exactly what we are going to see when it comes to Dane Pete here.
Well, this is going to be Ewart Nicholson, of course, with the change in ICC regulations about a year or so ago. Regardless of whether or not the batters crossed when the catch was being taken, the new batter is the one who's on strike, so he'll be facing Ewart Nicholson.
Alright, so Ewart on strike. It's Dane to Ewart. First ball for him. Beautifully bowled. That one came in and nicely played. Back to the bowler. So a dot ball to finish this. A top class over from Dane. Just 5 of it after 8. Space City Raiders 46 for 3. We'll be back in a few seconds. Alright, so we have a change in bowling now from the other end as well. It's going to be interesting now. We have 2 spinners and Shams Arifin, who's batting on 13 of 14 balls. He came in at number 3 for Space City Raiders as he's getting ready to face the first ball of the 9th over here. It will be Abraham who will be coming in to bowl his first ball. He's going to come left arm around. Shams Arifin on strike. First ball of the 9th coming up. That's the quicker one, played on the leg side in the vacant region towards mid-wicket. Good chase by the fielder, coming in quickly from deep mid-wicket, keeping it to just a single. Singles won't quite do, but Ewart now is getting ready to face his first ball against Abraham.
Well, I've seen Obus Pinar for several years now. I've never seen his name listed as Abraham, so that's probably his middle name. But whether you call him Abraham or Obus, he's a tremendous all-rounder, very difficult left-arm orthodox spinner to score off of. And of course, a very capable left-handed or right-handed batter.
A top-class second ball there by the bowler. Third ball coming up here. This is nicely played towards long off, just a single. So, yeah, singles, the bowling team won't mind this at all. It's something that they will take any day. It's almost like dot balls given the run rate and the score that they have put on board, the bowling team has. Shams on strike. This is cut away towards sweeper cover for just a single. So 3 of the first 4 balls. A good start over here by Abraham Bryan. I mean, as you mentioned, he's a top class left arm spinner.
Well, current score is 49. At this stage in the first innings, that's a good delivery, just played down the ground for a single. So that brings up to 50. But at this stage in the first innings, SAMP Army had 86 runs on the board. So you've already fallen behind, and that's before the explosion that came towards the back end of the innings. So you're truly falling behind here if you're the Space City Raiders.
4 of the first 5 balls. This time Shams Arifin tried to play the sweep shot, gets a leading edge. It's straight to the fielder on the offside at point. And Shams departs here on 15. A top class over this by Abraham. He gets his first wicket and beautifully bowled that one outside the off stump, slower through the air after the arm ball of the previous on the previous one.
That's well bowled by Obus Pinar. 4 wickets down, 50 up, but 4 wickets down. The required rate now up to 17.45. We'll be right back. On Nikhil, we talked earlier about the Austin Athletics and now Lone Star Athletics. Captain of that side is now being asked to come in and resuscitate his current side, the Space City Raiders. Absolutely in trouble here.
All right, so it's a dot ball over here for Dean. It's a dot ball here for Dane. Yes, Siddesh has walked in at number 6 for Space City Raiders. And his this team is in a spot of bother right now. 50 for 4 Space City Raiders as Dane continues here. He's bowling to Everett.
Oh!
Beautifully bowled. That's the cotton bowled. And the 5th wicket here goes down. And well, it's all falling apart here at this stage, at least for the batting team. Beautifully bowled. The drift that Brian was talking about, we saw that and popped straight back to the bowler. Let's take a look at the replay here. Everett batting on 2 before facing this ball. This one drifted in and well, he just almost like catching practice to the bowler, Brian. 5th wicket gone.
You know, before a match starts, everybody gets in the little semicircle and you're doing catching practice. That's what that was. Playing well out in front of his body. The coaches will tell you to let the ball come to you. Don't reach out and get it. If you reach out and get it, then that's what happens. You don't have any control over keeping it down. And on one of those, you either go through with the shot and try to play something big down the ground, or you smother it, get over it, and try to keep it down. And you were Nicholson doing neither there, and just ended up in catching the simplest of return, or popping the simplest of return catches back to a man who used to play cricket for South Africa.
Well, yeah, I mean, and one of the important aspects is when you're playing this shot, especially against spinners, it's very important if you're just going to play not going for the expansive drive, then you just play it along the ground, the punch, play it towards long on, long off if that's the goal, or at least play it in a manner where it's not popping up in the air, because you might have shot fielder at covers mid-wicket, usually for spinners, and that's exactly what happened here. He could not quite keep it down. A simple return catch. Dane Pete, he gets his 2nd wicket here. It's been a top-class display of bowling overall by the SAMP Army team. Right from the first spell bowled by Najaf Shah and Calvin Savage. Both were top-class up front. And then now the spinners just continuing that. Right arm around, in comes Dane Pete. This time it's picked up beautifully. First ball here for Matthew Jones. He's played it over long on for 6. What a start this. And this is going to be an interesting contest here, Brian.
Well, look, you have one choice. And there's no sense, if you're coming in at number 7, there's no sense scratching around. And Matthew Jones just going through the line. Absolutely a similar type of ball to the cotton bowled. But he absolutely threw the full drive at that ball. So there's a lesson there probably for you at Nicholson.
What a start here from Matthew. First ball, 6. Next ball, beautifully bowled. What a comeback by Dane, showing all his experience here. This one, he extracted something from the pitch. Let's take a look at the replay. He came right arm around. This is the previous ball. This was the first ball that Matthew faced in his slot, and he placed it perfectly over long on for a big 6. So the 3rd ball for Matthew here. In comes Dane. This time again, flighted outside the off stump, trying to play the big shot. Beautifully bowled this by Dane, Brian.
Flighted and much slower through the air. Had Matthew Jones playing about a week early on that shot.
Also keeping it outside the off stump, so away from his hitting zone here. Dane. Next ball, this is short and it's flicked away. This is going towards fine leg for 4. It's nicely timed by Matthew Jones. It was the quicker one and played off his hips. So 10 runs for Matthew. He's off to a start. Let's take a look at the replay here. This was clipped away off his pads and in the vacant region towards fine leg. That's the end of the 10th. After 10, they're 60 for 5, Space City Raiders. and we'll be back in a few seconds. All right, so it'll be Siddesh on strike, and it will be Abraham to continue here. He's got a wicket in his first over. He's coming left arm around to Siddesh. Played off the back foot nicely towards sweeper cover by Siddesh. He gets off the mark here. And now this will be an exciting contest here. Left arm spinner, a very good one against Matthew Jones, a left-handed batter, Brian.
Well, any amount of turn will be in to Matthew Jones, so I expect that huge gap that you see now between long on and mid wicket. There's about maybe a 75 or 80 degree gap in between those two fielders. And as I say that, the mid wicket comes a little straighter. But I think that's the area he's going to be targeting, Matthew Jones. And he's a big man, so he can absolutely hit that, clear that fence if he needs to.
He's certainly looking towards the leg side as the second ball of the over coming up. That's the quicker one. It's played on the offside towards sweeper cover for just a single. So it'll be Siddesh back on strike. 2 runs of the first 2 balls. Matthew moves on to 11 of 5 balls. Siddesh batting on 1. Required run rate of more than 18 now. And 62 for 5. We are in the 10th over. In comes Abraham, left arm around to Siddesh. This is flighted beautifully and played towards covers. It's a dot ball. So this is good bowling here. Top class spin bowling after the initial spell from the fast bowlers, Brian.
Well, no questions. The last 5 overs have gone for 36 runs.
This time, well, it was in the air from Siddesh. Lucky for him, it was in the gap between covers and the bowler. A single towards long off. Matthew will be back on strike. And 63 for 5, 10.4 overs. Space City Raiders, they need 179 runs more from here. A very difficult task as Abraham comes left arm around. This time trying to play across the line. Matthew, that was slower. He completed his shot. The ball was nowhere there, but it was wide outside the off stump. So
certainly expecting for that ball to be outside off stump. He got a little too straight that time.
that's the quicker one, and it's played towards long on. Good field, good effort. Beautifully done by the fielder at long on, anticipating the ball to come towards him and giving the chase, keeping it to just a couple of runs. Top class stuff by the fielder there, Brian.
I mentioned that I thought he'd be trying to target that gap. That's exactly where he played that ball, Matthew Jones. But good work in the deep, sliding effort to his left to be able to make sure that that didn't go across the ropes.
Final ball of the over coming up. Matthew on strike. This time it's a slower run. Matthew has played it beautifully. And it's in the gap, but beautifully stopped by the fielder at deep square leg, keeping it to a couple of runs that could have easily been a boundary. But that's the arc and the area that Matthew is targeting against the left arm spinner. That's the end of the over after 11, 68 for 5. We'll be back in a few seconds. So it will be Dane to continue here, and he's in the middle of a good spell. Siddesh will be on strike. 68 for 5 after 11. 9 more overs to go in this game. And we have the first ball of the 12th over coming up. It's the conventional field for a spinner in a T20 after the power play. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and a fielder out at sweeper cover. The 5 fielders outside. This is shot. Oh, well, this could have been a return catch for Dane Pete. Almost got another caught and bowled. Not an easy one, but what an effort that.
Not an easy one. I think you'll see on the replay that is carried, but with Matthew Jones in the way. Oh! Looking at the replay, he actually got there. He just didn't pouch it. Maybe 6 inches off the ground. Not an easy catch. Certainly much harder than the other one that he took. But I think he'll tell you, Dane Pete, that he fancies himself to take that more often than not.
All right, Dane Pete to Matthew Jones now. This is shot, and he is going to give a simple catch to deep square leg, trying to play the pull shot. The ball kind of stopped on him because of the variation in pace to some extent. But Dane Pete, he gets his third wicket. This is beautifully bowled, Brian.
Well, you're doing the right thing if you're Dane Pete. You make the batters make the mistake. And a little bit of wind coming in now, coming in from sort of the southwest. So that ball was hit in a direction and in a manner that would have made the wind hold it up just a little bit. Very honestly, without the wind, that probably wouldn't have had the legs to get to the boundary anyway. But just that little amount of wind helped keep the ball in play, and a pretty simple catch taken at deep square leg. So 6 down. My goodness. 4 wickets remaining, and you still have a required rate that is now 19.96. You can probably say the only intrigue left in this game is what the final margin of victory is going to be.
Right, this is the first game for both the teams, so getting close to the total is certainly something that is important, given that the tournament is in its first day and run rate might come into the picture later on. You never know. 4 more wickets left in the bag for Space City Raiders, but Dane Pete, he's in the middle of a top class spell. Again, this ball to Matthew Jones, he was bowling right arm around and kept it further a bit outside the off stump, and even though the length was a tad shorter, it is not easy to pull from outside the off stump, which is what Matthew Jones tried, and in the end he gave a simple catch to deep square leg. So we have Usman, who's walked in here at number 8 for Space City Raiders as Dane Pete continues. He's coming right arm over. This time it's played towards backward point, just a single here, and it is 70 for 6 now. Siddesh will be on strike. Dane Pete 2.3 overs, 3 for 17. Top class bowling this by Dane Pete, as he's going to bowl to Siddesh, who's batting on 3 or 4 balls. In comes Dane Pete to Siddesh. Siddesh has played the sweep shot, nicely done. It's gone towards deep square leg. It'll be, in fact, it's a misfield, so he gets a boundary over here. That's 4 runs, and that's probably just one of those errors of the day from the bowling team after being so good in the field overall with the ball and also all the fielders.
Well, you want to make sure that you always give a good account of yourself. So that would have irritated Dane Pete, number 1, because those runs go against his name, and then number 2, because you want to make sure that in closer games you're as sharp as you need to be. So this sort of has morphed into a practice match in terms of what the results are going to be, but you still want to do the best that you can.
Oh, what a ball this, and that's out. That's leg before, beating Siddesh over there. That was fuller, flighted, bowled slower, right in front of the stumps. We'll take a look at the replay here, but this is brilliant bowling from Dane Pete, showing his class, his experience, and Siddesh departs here, the 7th wicket. Let's take a look at the replay. Siddesh did try to play it on the leg side. This one was flighted and wrapped right in front of the stumps. The impact probably on off stump. The umpire definitely thought so. So that's the 7th wicket down. Siddesh departs. It's 74 for 7 now, Space City Raiders. And there are 8 more overs after this. More importantly, Dane Pete, he's picked up 4 wickets. So can he get a fifer here? He still has 1 more over after this. And can Space City Raiders bat out the 20 overs, Brian?
It would be at this stage a moral victory if you batted all the way through the 20. And looking at that replay again, the camera is not directly in line with the stumps, so it's kind of hard for us to judge line. But I think I agree with you. That might have struck him maybe right in line with off stump, and with a little bit of turn, that's probably hitting middle and leg. So for me, a good decision by Rakesh Jain.
Yeah, and as expected, the umpiring has been good overall. Owen Brown and Rakesh Jain, 2 experienced campaigners from Houston. They umpire a lot of games across leagues and different formats within Houston. So good to see the umpires doing their job. It's never easy to stand in the sun, and just shows their fitness and also their concentration. As we have the new batter, Nasir Jamali, who's walked in at number 9 here for Space City Raiders. Dane Pete, 2.5 overs, 4 for 21. He's got 7 more balls, 7 legal balls in his spell here. And we'll have to see what happens from here on as Dane Pete comes in. Nasir Jamali gets ready to face his first ball. This time it's down the leg side, but just look at the turn, and brilliant wicket keeping by the keeper. Well, wide not signalled. Probably the umpire thought it hit his pads, not quite sure about that one. But that's the end of the over after 12. Space City Raiders 74 for 7. We'll be back in a few seconds. So it will be Abraham to continue here from the far end. And it will be Usman on strike, I believe. He's getting ready to face his second ball. He's batting on one ball. Abraham coming left arm around. That's the quicker one. Nicely played towards long off for a single. And it will be Nasir Jamali now who will face his first ball against Abraham. He's bowled a brilliant spell here. 2.1. 1 for 13 so far. Abraham Painar. As he gets ready to bowl his second ball, it will be Nasir Jamali on strike. That's beautifully bowled, and it will be a dot ball. Good stop by Corey Anderson at covers. He's a top class fielder, Corey is, especially in that covers region. He's taken some amazing catches here in minor league, and obviously at the international level we all know what he has done as a fielder as well. As Abraham comes left arm around to Nasir Jamali. Oh, he tried to play the hoik, the slog sweep, missed the ball. Lucky for him that was not on the stumps, Brian.
Well, when Nasir Jamali showed up today, I'm sure he was expecting to make a bigger impact with the ball than with the bat.
All right, next ball, Abraham to Nasir. That's the quicker one, played towards mid-wicket. The fielder at deep mid-wicket, very quick, keeping it to just a single. This is very good bowling. I think, Brian, one of the important things I would like to mention is the alteration in the length and the variation from not just the spinners but the fast bowlers. It's not been one length that they are focused on, and the change has been very good with minimal errors from the bowlers. And this time the slower one, like it's bowled slower through the air. It's a dot ball. It's almost like formalities ongoing here with respect to this game. We just need to see.
Feels like we're going through the motions.
Yeah, how close they can get, or if they're going to get some boundaries or just bat out the 20 overs. We'll see what happens, as this one again beautifully bowled, and not much the batter can do over there. Final ball. In fact, that's the end of the over. So after 13 overs, Space City Raiders 76 for 7. We'll be back in a few seconds. So it's 76 for 7, Space City Raiders after 13 overs, and it will be Dane Pete to continue. A top class spell so far. 3 overs, 4 for 21. He's bowling from the highway end here, and it will be Usman on strike. Dane Pete coming right arm over. Oh, beautifully bowled, beating the batter outside the off stump. This is top class stuff from Dane Pete, and it's a dot ball to start the over. 5 more legal balls left for Dane Pete to see if he can get a fifer here, as it will be Nasir Jamali on strike. He's batting on 1. Dane Pete coming right arm over here. This time again outside the off stump. Nasir Jamali trying to play the big shot, missing it completely. 2 dot balls to start this over, and it will be interesting what happens from here on, whether Dane Pete can get his fifer or not. That's what is something that we'll have to wait and watch. Oh, beautifully bowled again. This one came in, and Nasir Jamali tried to defend the ball. In the end, not quite coming in line of the ball. So 3 dot balls here from Dane Pete, and 3 more balls left for him to finish his spell. This is short, defended off the back foot by Nasir Jamali. So 4 dot balls. And he's got a fielder at deep mid wicket. He's got a fielder at long on and deep square leg. The three fielders outside on the leg side. This time it's flighted, and well, this can be a catch for the fielder at covers. He's dropped it. Can you believe it? Well, well, well. He set him up beautifully. He bowled this slower, and well, that's a dropped catch, and that certainly denied the fifth wicket here for Dane Pete. That was smartly bowled. He bowled it slower, and well, a simple catch in the end, put down. I believe it was Calvin Savage here. Well, that's a single towards sweeper cover. So that's the end of Dane Pete's spell. 4 overs, 4 for 23. He could have got a fifth one, not quite. After 14, Space City Raiders 78 for 7. We'll be back in a few seconds. Yeah. All right. So first ball of the next over, well bowled. A dot ball to start the over here. And this will be interesting as to what Nasir Jamali does now. He's batting on 2. This time, oh, this ball spun and one bounce towards the fielder at deep mid wicket. It will be just a single here. A good throw back to the bowler. So 1 run of the first 2 balls of the 15th over so far. And it is Neil Narvekar who's bowling here, trying to play the sweep shot here. In fact, Nasir has come on strike now, so it was Usman who was facing the previous ones. That stumped. Nasir tried to play the big shot. This was outside the off stump. Missed the ball completely. The 8th wicket goes down here. Neil gets his first. Good wicket keeping by the keeper. Nasir departs for 2. It is 79 for 8 Space City Raiders. Just a couple more wickets left. Shuja Naqvi walking in at number 10 for his team. And well, we'll have to see whether they bat out the 20 overs from here on, because there are 33 balls left. As I would like to welcome my fellow commentator back. The expert Brian Walters is back in the commentary box. Brian, 8 wickets down.
So I leave to eat 2 slices of pizza, and in that time there have been 2 wickets and a drop catch. Is that right?
1 wicket and a drop catch.
1 wicket
could have
and a
been
drop
2
catch.
wickets, but yeah, we still had 1 wicket and technically should have been 2 wickets, but yeah. So it's 79 for 8 and Shuja walking in. Again, Shuja, he's going to go for his shots, whatever is there in his arc. He'll try to hit the big shot. So, but yeah, this ball, if you see the replay, outside the off stump, Nasir Jamali tried to play the expansive shot, missed the ball, easy stumping for the keeper. 8th wicket down, 79 on the board. It's been a one-sided game. SAMP Army, they put on 241. They lost the toss. Space City Raiders put them into bat, and we saw some amazing hitting and amazing batting from the SAMP Army batters, and after that the fielding and the bowling has been top class. Next ball of the over coming up. Shuja playing it off the back foot towards covers. A good ball by Neil.
What happened here? Look at the stump.
Well,
Is that a hit wicket?
I don't think so. Maybe the keeper.
Huh.
Alright, so we have the.
Something to pay attention to. Not exactly sure when the wickets are broken, but something certainly happened there.
This one is flighted and this is played towards mid wicket for a single. Again, good fielding by the fielder at deep mid wicket. He really charges in and ensures that he collects the ball cleanly and prevents that second run. That's the end of the 15th. After 15, Space City Raiders 80 for 8. We'll be back in a few seconds.
Let's see what happened. We'll go back and look at that. Let's see. Keeper, maybe?
Yeah, definitely not the batter.
Yeah, it's keeper.
All right, so we have Calvin Savage who's back in the attack now from the highway end. It's 3 overs he's bowled so far, given away 26 runs. No wicket yet, but here he is to finish his spell. And it'll be Shuja on strike, 80 for 8 Space City Raiders. And he's got mid off inside the circle. His fielder at long on, deep square leg, deep fine leg, third man, and sweeper cover. Oh, beautifully bowled. Too quick that one. Shuja tried to play it on the leg side. Good pace, and this is good to see Brian. He's in his second spell and still having the same intensity in this game as well, with the score being the way it is.
Just look at the carry in this wicket. Savage is himself also a very tall man, about 6'3", excuse me, 6'3", I would imagine. And Andreas House taking that ball head height from a ball that was just short of a length. So you love to see that as a bowling side.
In comes Calvin, second ball to Shuja. Again, the carry. Well, this is brilliant bowling, good pace, good bounce. And well, that's exactly what Brian is talking about. Just look at the carry, and it's a combination of a good cricket wicket and good fast bowling.
My goodness, you love to see that. Really, this is a good cricket wicket all around. If you, the bounce is relatively true, so if it's short of a length, it will get to your own waist height. But look where the keeper is taking it. As a bowler, if you bend your back, you'll always get results from the pitch.
Third ball of the over here. Well, beaten outside the off stump. This time Shuja tried to stay on the back foot after the two short balls in the beginning from Calvin, and not quite getting in line of the ball. 3 dot balls here. This is very good bowling from Calvin Savage. 3 top class deliveries, and expect a fuller one now probably, Brian.
100%. Now, Calvin Savage's stock ball is always going to be short of a length, so he may not
Sure.
go to that full ball, but 9 times out of 10 in this situation, a fast bowler would bowl a Yorker next.
All right, we'll see what happens. Again, that's well, the bounce, the pace, and the back off length ball, as correctly called by Brian. That's his stock ball. I mean, he's getting nowhere close to the ball, and it's all good to see as a fast bowler. He's coming in, and just great to watch this, Brian.
And Shuja Nakvi wanting to look at umpire Owen Brown to say whether or not that was a short ball above head height. Nowhere close. I don't think that got to him, probably shoulder height. So that's I don't think that's going to be anything
So
that
it's
he
still
won't
not
win
one
that
for the
argument.
over. Still not one for the over. Technically.
Exactly.
Just missing his run up over there probably. But yeah, I mean, again, Brian, as a fast bowler yourself, the art of bowling the correct short ball, where you bowl the short ball, but it's not one for the over. I mean, to get that right, the way he's got it now, 3 balls in this over, that is testimony to his skill set as well.
Your stock ball, if you're Calvin Savage, your stock ball is going to be the ball that bounces just short and gets to the batter around his ribs. That's not technically a short ball, meaning one for the over, but it's very difficult to get away.
That's the slower one, and Shuja tried to play it on the leg side. Lucky for him, that one did not carry to fine leg. So it'll be a single. More importantly, I'm sure he's happy to be at the,
The other
non-strikers
end. But look at that delivery. Hopefully we can see a replay of that, because he actually released that like a leg cutter, a slow leg cutter, almost like a leg break. And I am sure that Shuja Nakvi played that shot about a week and a half before he needed to, so ends up skying one. Luckily for him, it falls in no man's land down a deep third, but that absolutely should have been a wicket. It was very, very well bowled.
All right, so we have the final ball of the 16th over coming up. It'll be Usman on strike. In comes Calvin, right arm over. This is again the stock ball, back of length, a quick single towards point. Single to finish the 16th, 82 for 8 Space City Raiders. We'll be back in a few seconds. All right, so first ball of the 17th, appeal for caught behind here. Not out, says Owen Brown, the umpire. Neil has got 1 wicket in his first over, given away only 2 runs, and Usman batting on 5 of 9 balls, 16.1, 82 for 8 here. And it's just now we need to see whether they bat out the 20 overs from here. This time it swept away nicely in the vacant region towards mid-wicket, but again top class fielding by the fielder at deep mid-wicket, keeping it to just a couple of runs, certainly saving 2 runs. He's been amazing in the field, and it's almost like he's made that fielding position his own. Top class stuff by the fielder there. He saved a lot of runs. I mean, there could have been a lot of twos. He kept them to ones, and now he saved 2 more runs, preventing the boundary as Neil comes in to bowl to Usman. Oh, beautifully bowled, beating the batter outside the off stump. That one went straight with the arm. No turn on that ball, and this is brilliant bowling. It's been a top class display of spin and fast bowling by the bowling team, SAMP Army, after the way they batted. As in comes Neil. This time it's steered away towards point. Yet another dot ball. It is 84 for 8, Space City Raiders. Usman batting on 7 of 12 balls. At the other end, Shuja on 2 of 7 balls. And it'll be Neil who's coming in now. This time it's swept away again towards the fielder at deep mid-wicket. It'll be just a single. So it will be Shuja on strike, and 85 for 8. Final ball of the 17th coming up here. Neil running through his over pretty quickly, Brian.
He is. Plus that fielder you mentioned out at deep mid-wicket, Tirth Patel, he is absolutely electric in the outfield. Covers a lot of ground, left-handed, but is able to run around the ball when he needs to and be able to fire those throws back in. So tremendous fielding by him.
All right, a dot ball to finish the 17th, 85 for 8, Space City Raiders. We'll be back in a few seconds. All right, so 85 for 8, and it will be Abraham to continue. I believe he's coming left arm around. Change of ends for him is going to come from the highway end now, and it will be Usman on strike. Well bowled, dot ball towards covers. Good stop by Corey in the cover region.
Oba Spinar, 3 overs, 1 for 14. So he's into his last over. Just 2 more overs left after this one. And of course the intrigue all gone out of this match.
All right, yet another dot ball, 2 dot balls now, and 16 more balls left, legal balls left in the match. 85 for 8. It is Usman on strike. In comes Abraham. This time it's played towards covers. The fielder at long off was almost placed perfectly for that catch, but not quite timed. So it'll be just a single. It'll be Shuja on strike now, and it'll be the 4th ball of the 18th over coming up here. 86 for 8. Abraham to Shuja. Outside the off stump, beating the batter. He's trying to play it towards mid-wicket. 1 run of the first 4 balls here. And
previous delivery going, previous shot going down to Kennard Lewis on the boundary. Kennard Lewis is actually a very good athlete. He's a big man, but moves very well in the outfield, and is also a very good keeper. I actually thought he'd be the one keeping today.
outside the off stump, let go by Shuja. Final ball of Abraham's spell coming up. 3.5 overs, 1 for 15. It's been a very good spell, especially when he came on to bowl. It was after the good work done by the fast bowlers, and he ensured he kept the pressure on. This one bowled from behind the stumps.
Right.
And dot ball to finish his spell here after 18. Space City Raiders 86 for 8. He finishes 4 overs, 1 for 15. We'll be back in a few seconds. Alright, so it's Miguel who's coming into the attack. Brian is going to bowl from the far end. He's coming right arm over, I believe.
Miguel Pretorius, admittedly don't know a lot about him. His name suggests that he's from South Africa.
Yeah, he's got a fielder at deep backward square. Third man, sweeper cover. This time it's beautifully played by Usman over the head of the fielder at mid-off. It's gone towards long off for 6. What a shot. And well, that's something that a top order batter would be proud of. What a proper cricketing shot.
Wow. I want to see this replay again over the top of long off. Oh, look at the follow through. He holds the pose. Absolutely the shot of the innings so far. There's no question. Not a whole lot to choose from, but that certainly gets my vote as shot of the innings.
Yep, a fast bowler charging into you. Mid-off is in the circle and you just play a proper cricketing shot over the head of mid-off and for a 6 towards long off. Beautifully done.
Now, if Miguel Pretorius is anything like a fast bowler should be, this next ball will be a rib tickler. It absolutely has to be at his ribs or his head. He cannot get driven down the ground twice in 2 balls. Certainly not twice in the same over.
That's the expert, but more importantly, the Jamaican left-arm fast bowler with the bandana talking when he talks. Get in his head with the next ball.
If you see, fine leg is now inside the circle. This is going to be a short ball. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll see what happens. Second ball coming up here. It's Usman on strike. He's got a 6 of the first one. Well, that's full. Almost a double bluff there. And,
exactly
well,
what that
nicely
was.
done. Good comeback by Miguel. He upped his pace, and before the batter got his bat down, the ball was way past him.
That's a good piece of bowling. So, you know, that's probably part of the reason why I'm sitting here and not playing. Because just some things as a fast bowler, you just don't let go. You don't like being driven. So if you're driven, the next ball is going to be short.
I'll have a defense for you after this ball on that one as we
All
have
right.
fast bowler coming in. This is the short ball and he's cut away beautifully. He slashed it over the head of backward point. 1 bounce towards the backward point boundary for 4. This is a glorious shot by Usman. He gets his first 4 after the 6 that he hit in this over. So this is a good shot. Let's take a look at the replay. This one was short and nicely played, giving himself some room and playing it in the vacant region towards backward point. Well, you're talking about like you sitting here and not playing. In your defense, what I would say is probably when you were playing, there was not that much T20 cricket around. So
There was not. So we're playing 40 overs at a time.
So that's where the thinking, like the strategies and things might have changed, and the execution is different with the
This is
double
true.
bluffs
You-
coming in
you're
more frequently.
100% right.
All right, so 10 runs in this over so far of 3 balls, and we have mid-wicket falling back now. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, long on, long off, and there's a fielder at sweeper cover. The 5 fielders outside. In comes Miguel Pretorius. This time
shots.
beautifully picked up over the head of covers, and this might not quite time, but it's gone closer to the extra cover boundary. A couple of runs. So certainly Usman showing that he can play some shots here, Brian.
Oh, you literally have nothing to lose by going for it. You're 144 runs behind, and there's only 8 legal delivers left. So you're not going to win this game. You might as well have a good account for yourself while you're here. And Miguel Pretorius, from his perspective, already conceded 12 in his only over so far. Just looking to close things out more quietly here.
Next ball. This time a full toss, but back to the bowler. So 5 balls done in this over. 12 of the over so far. 98 for 8 Space City Raiders. So it looks like they're going to cross the 100 mark and they're going to bat out the 20 overs. So yeah, I mean, that's given the way the situation that they were in with 8 overs or so left and 7 wickets down. Batting out the 20 overs is a good deal in that sense, but we'll see what happens. Final ball of the 19th over coming up. Miguel Pretorius coming in. This time quick before the bat comes down. The ball's past him and beaten for pace there, Usman. After 19, it's 98 for 8. Final over of the match coming up, and before that, we'll be back in a few seconds. All right, so this is the final over of the match. It will be Neil to continue. He's got a change. He's coming from the far end now. I beg your pardon, from the highway end now. First ball of the final over here. Shuja on strike, played off the back foot. They are going for the quick single. This can be an easy run out.
Oh.
Well, he's missed it. Can you believe it? That would have been curtains for Shuja. There was never a single there. And Neil took his time, but in the end just missed the stumps. It doesn't matter in this game, as Brian was talking about it earlier. It's more or less like a practice game, but you would want to get things right so that you are ready when the situation is tight.
Yeah, and you want to be, again, you want to make a good account for yourself, so you want to make sure that those little half chances are taken.
Usman this time dancing down the track, but Neil altered his length and pitched it short, and he's played the cut shot towards third man for a couple of runs. So the 100 is up here for Space City Raiders. They are 101 for 8 now. 4 more balls left in the inning. Neil has bowled 2.2 overs and he's given away 8 runs so far. It's been a good spell from him. 2 overs he's bowled from the far end, and now he's coming for his third over from the highway end. It is Usman on strike. This is flighted and it's played towards deep mid wicket. They're not taking the single here, so Usman wants to bat out the remaining 3 balls, Brian.
Not exactly sure what the advantage is of farming the strike when you're down 140 odd with 3 balls to go.
All right, so we have Neil coming in. He's got a slip in place, and it's Usman on strike. This is short, the quicker one, a single towards long on. So it will be Shuja now on strike. A couple more balls left in the game. 102 for 8 Space City Raiders. Shuja batting on 3. It will be Neil to continue. In comes Neil to Shuja. This time again short. It's played towards deep square leg for a single. So it's 103 for 8 now. Final ball of the match coming up. And it's been a pretty one-sided contest, this one, Brian.
Yeah, the intrigue, I think, left this match with the dismissal of Ryan Kampatan. Pretty just much meandering along ever since that point.
Oh, what a shot this one by Usman. He's played it over long on for a 6. A good way to finish for him. He gets his second 6. And it's 109 for 8. The Space City Raiders finish. And the SAMP Army, they have won this game by 132 runs. Let's take a look at the replay. The final ball of the match. It was in the arc and picked up nicely by Usman to finish the game with a 6. So Space City Raiders, they lose this game by 132 runs. Just to give you a quick wrap up, Kemar Lewis, Smith Patel and Chandrapal Hemraj, all 3 of them getting scores above 50. And they really got it going, and which ensured that they finished on 241 for 4. SAMP Army did. From the bowling perspective for Space City Raiders, it was Shuja Naqvi, 4 overs, 2 for 38. He did pretty well. And then Space City Raiders, when they came into bat, they were never in the game with the top class bowling performance from Najaf Shah and Calvin up front. Najaf Shah 3 overs, 2 for 11. And then the spinners came in and they did the damage. Jane Pete 4 overs, 4 for 23. Abraham Pioneer 4 overs, 1 for 15. Neil 3 overs, 1 for 16. And from the batting perspective, nothing really to show up for Space City Raiders except Usman Ashraf in the end. Not out 30 of 26 balls with a couple of 6s. But a pretty much one-sided game, and easy win here, Brian, for SAMP Army.
Pretty straightforward. Just 4, actually 5 batters getting into double figures. And again, once you mentioned Usman Ashraf, he was really the only one who offered any resistance. He scored 30, and Ryan Patan with 19. Those are the only 2 who really just looked anything close to threatening the total. So this game was finished long before the final ball was bowled, and a pretty comfortable win in the end for SAMP Army.
All right, so that's it from here. That's the end of the game, and we'll be back for the second one in a few minutes when game 2 starts. Thank you very much.